knock him off with just a word. I'm finna send him down that river, cause he is a scourge. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm finna pull up and flip the bird. I'm finna pull up and do something worse. I'm finna let him in a hearse. I'm finna do whatever damn hurts. Dinkelberg, why you looking like that? Dinkelberg, why you down to that bad? Dinkelberg, why you scheming on me? Dinkelberg, hit you with that beam. Dinkelberg, I'ma sink your ship. Dinkelberg, I'ma unload the clip. Dinkelberg, I'ma catch you and your wife. Dinkelberg, I'ma slide in the night. Dinkelberg, I'ma hit you with a knife. Dinkelberg, take your life like advice. Dinkelberg, why the fuck you wanna speak on me? Dinkelberg, Timmy finna wish for a little 223. Dinkelberg, put you in the grave like R.I.P. Dinkelberg, I get you out of this universe. You should know by now, you ain't nothing but a hoe by now. I'm really the one in control right now. I'm really the one at the top right now. I'ma pull up and lay it down. Turn up and turn you in the ground. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Smoking on Dinkelberg, I get him burning my blood. I ain't even tripping, I'm getting me a Dutch, and then I lied and see what's up. Hey there, Dinkelberg, how was your day? Hey there, Dinkelberg, I like it long. I'm trying to see exactly what you're on. I pull up with the brains and I burn. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, shooting the bird. Do some warriors. Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm finna knock him off with just a word. I'm finna send him down that river, cause he is a scourge. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm finna pull up and flip the bird. I'm finna pull up and do something worse. I'm finna let him in a hearse. I'm finna do whatever damn hurts. Dinkelberg, why you looking like that? Dinkelberg, why you down to that bad? Dinkelberg, why you scheming on me? Dinkelberg, hit you with that beam. Dinkelberg, I'ma sink your ship. Dinkelberg, I'ma unload the clip. Dinkelberg, I'ma catch you and your wife. Dinkelberg, I'ma slide in the night. Dinkelberg, I'ma hit you with a knife. Dinkelberg, take your life like advice. Dinkelberg, why the fuck you wanna speak on me? Dinkelberg, Timmy finna wish for a little 223. Dinkelberg, put you in the grave like R.I.P. Dinkelberg, I get you out of this universe. You should know by now, you ain't nothing but a hoe by now. I'm really the one in control right now. I'm really the one at the top right now. I'ma pull up and lay it down. Turn up and turn you in the ground. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, I was smoking on Dinkelberg. Smoking on Dinkelberg, I get him burning my blood. I ain't even tripping, I'm getting me a Dutch, and then I lied and see what's up. Hey there, Dinkelberg, how was your day? Hey there, Dinkelberg, I like it long. I'm trying to see exactly what you're on. I pull up with the brains and I burn. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg, shooting the bird. Do some warriors. Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm finna knock him off with just a word. I'm finna send him down that river, cause he is a scourge. Dinkelberg, I'm smoking on Dinkelberg. I'm smoking on.
It's done correctly. Alright. Hello everyone. Philip here. Today I am with the Green Gorilla Gamer on an idea I had called Bird vs. Gorilla, where we'll be just clashing heads over ideas, mostly video game related, so yeah. Could chime in, do anything, and just stare blankly.
I'm just waiting for you. I'm just waiting for you to finish up. Yeah, no, I'm excited. It'll be good. This is basically just going to turn into one hefty argument. This is what happens when you put two people in the same call who know each other in real life. It's just going to be terrible. So
yeah. So you're wrong. I'm right. We're going to get to this.
Yeah, sounds good. That's pretty much going to be the majority of this conversation.
All right, let's look at it. So the first one we got, this is in a little hectic order. They're not going to be put within it, so we're just going to go from the top to the bottom.
Quick question for you.
Yep.
Did you, on your end, did you lower my bit rate? for my stream?
No, yours is at 6,000. That's all Twitch will allow.
You can't lower it?
No, I can't up it.
Yeah, don't up it. You gotta lower it.
But 6,000 is the max Twitch will allow.
I know, I'm unstable on my end, so you gotta lower it.
I can't lower it midstream.
Can't lower it mid-stream.
No, I'd assume you put it at the highest bit rate for whichever you're streaming on. That's just what I did on Twitch, and 6,000 seems pretty ample.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's unstable on my end, so it should be fine.
Oh. Well, it looks good on my end here, at least for what I'm seeing. It doesn't look like it's too blurry.
Are you looking at my Twitch stream right now?
Yeah, I got yours and mine open.
Okay, sick.
Corco, I miss you. I miss streaming. Bird. All right, yeah, you're good. You're good. It's stable. I have you at 6,000. There has been no frame drops. It's all good.
Okay, cool. All right, I will. Yeah, I'll. If when we're done, I'll take a look at the stream to just double check, and then going forward, we can change it or not.
Yeah, for sure. This will just be, I guess, a test run. So.
Yep.
Maybe I really should have put this in order because I'm just wondering the way we're gonna rank these stuff. Oh yeah, shoot, I forgot to add because you didn't want S to D, right? You wanted something else. We got new.
Got new. You forgot to. You forgot to change that.
Yes, I forgot. I was in a hurry.
That's fine. We'll change it midstream. We'll just do that.
Yeah. All right. Cause I don't think you want this. You want to like
Yeah, we'll just do A, B, C, D, F. No E. Just jump straight to F. I don't think there needs to be another
goddamn school teacher. Why did they skip E, dude? Justice for E. I missed that.
You're putting E anyways?
No, I put F.
All right. For S, put goat, capital.
Goat. Okay. Fuck. Goat. But bro's Twitch account's gonna get banned by the time I'm done with this. It's gonna get that
Probably.
heated.
Probably. For A, put I don't know what you want to put for A.
Epic. It's easy. It makes sense.
Epic, sure. That's fine. B, we'll put good. Just put good.
Bro's falling off. What kind of copy and paste comment is that, Josh? And we're doing all yo,
for C,
12 comments, man.
put mediocre. Just put mediocre.
I'm just gonna put mid.
No, mediocre makes it sound more
I don't know how to spell mediocre.
MEDIOCRE.
C-R-E.
How do you have a job and I don't?
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't need to spell it. My job.
Yeah. D. Put wow, this wasn't good.
This was shit.
This was shit. And then for F,
worse than shit.
Worse than shit. Abysmal, if you will. Yeah.
Just cheeks.
Straight cheeks.
Oh
man.
All right, I feel that's fine.
That's fine. Oh yeah, that's good. Don't worry about the fucking colors or anything like that. You did images. You didn't put text for any of it, did you?
Why would I put text on the images? This is a tier list maker.
Yeah. Yeah. And do you know what all those consoles are by looking at the image?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
We got the Game Boy Color based on the knob there. That's the 7800, 2600, 3DS, Game Boy, Game Boy Advanced SP, Atari Lynx, DS, DSi, Game Boy Advanced. That is the 5200 based on the fat silver line right there. That's the Jaguar. That's the Microsoft console, whatever the Microsoft VR headset was. That one is the Vive. These two are the Quest 1 and 2. I forget. No. This one's the third one. This was the second one. I had the third one as a fancy image. GameCube, NES, new 3DS XL, the Apple Vision Pro, This was the Rift S. This is the PlayStation TV, PlayStation 1 VR, PlayStation 2 VR, PS, N64, the Ouya console. That's the PS Vita, PS3, PS4, PS2, PS5, PSP, Sega Genesis, Sega Game Gear, Stadia, Switch, Master System, SNES, Dreamcast, Saturn, Genesis CD, the CD add-on, fucking Sega CD. That's it. That's the Vive. No, that's the Index. Wii U, Xbox Series S, One, Virtual Boy, 360, original, Xbox One, Series X, and Wii.
Okay,
I know them all!
that's not bad. I'll give you that. It's not bad.
I think the only one that I'm messing up on is the Quest 2 and 3. And we can scrap them, like I said, because they're pretty much the same.
They might be the same. We'll see. We'll see when we get to it.
Alright, so what do you think of the Game Boy Color?
Well, and I have a feeling that's going to be where the conversation goes for a number of this, because I didn't grow up with a lot of these consoles. I'm going off of, like, small experiences that I've had, games that I know for a fact were on it. I'm just actually... I'll be Googling games as we go along.
Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color. Peak.
Well, DK Country is fantastic. It is. It is. But isn't that available on other platforms too?
No, the Game Boy Color was the only one that had the Donkey Kong Country portable version. That had its own version to it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
portable version, totally.
Yeah,
Totally.
like
Okay.
it wasn't a part of the SNES version as far as I know. It was its original version. And it had color, but the problem with it is people didn't like that it didn't have a backlight. So it was pretty much a Game Boy with color, but you had to still use a light, like an artificial light to see
That
it.
was, yeah, that's right. It didn't have a backlight. I do
Yeah.
recall that.
Like, and it wasn't much of an upgrade. Most people who bought a Game Boy did not give a shit about color.
No,
I don't
no,
think-
especially like back then, right? Like,
Mhm.
like you know, you're going back like a couple of decades and stuff when games were made for just people to have fun, and you know, there wasn't like 1,001
I can't
people
believe
on
it, dude.
Twitter going on about how, oh man, I can't believe that this game, you know, didn't include like jiggle physics or something like that. Like, no, it
That's
was
a
just
serious cause for concern, my man. The fact that
In-
they didn't
in-
add
in
jiggle physics in Black
2001
Myth Wukong is still pissing me off.
oh my gosh, and yeah, but not in 2001. People were not concerned about that.
Didn't this? I think this came out in 90. Someone correct me if it was 91. The Game Boy Color came out.
When the Game Boy Color came out, I'm not sure when the console itself came out, but like, you know, games were coming out for it still at that point. So
Yeah, and this could also play original Game Boy games. I have to remember. I think they put them in color. I think I beat one of the Mario games for the Game Boy. I beat it on my Game Boy Color, and I think it did have color to it. So, like, it was a bit of an upgrade. You can put your old Game Boy games and put them into color. So,
I mean, with that in mind, like, and I did kind of just look through the games. It's a lot of the ones that I like recalled. Like, you know, they still have, you know, Zelda on it and stuff. There was Link's Awakening. They had 2 exclusives actually that did get ported later on, for the 3DS. I believe it was Oracle of Ages and
Mhm.
Oracle of Seasons.
yeah.
You got your Pokemon games. I might not be a big fan of Pokemon, but a lot of people are. They're fine games. They're not bad games. They're just not for me.
Yeah. You know what?
Sorry?
I put it in mediocre.
Mediocre? I was gonna say best.
Best.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's put it there. It can be moved around. It's the first one,
Yeah, I
and
guess
it's
so.
not a bad console.
No,
It
by
really
any
isn't. It's a
means. It's not
handheld
really-
console.
It was more of a weird ass upgrade that they had for the Game Boy, and it wasn't really worth the price point at that time. Like, unless
Yeah.
you were really a diehard Nintendo fan who just really wanted color to his system.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think we did own like 45% of these consoles at one point.
I definitely did not. I'm getting to that point now in my life.
Yeah, bro's
Um,
bro's playing catch up right now.
I'm playing, but yeah, I'm playing catch up. So
I'm playing
I can't. A
downgrade,
lot of the
so-
older games I can't speak, or older consoles. But I've played some of the older games, which is why I kind of like have a small opinion about some of them. So yeah, I'd put it at B best.
Fair enough. Okay, this is the 7800. I actually have no
7800.
I have no recall of anything Atari related except for the Jaguar.
7800 games. Yeah, I'll take a look here.
I don't think it had anything. I think it was just a failure of a console because Atari insisted on pushing out consoles over and over again to
Yeah.
try to compete.
Let's see. There's commercially released games. There's not a lot. Like, not a lot. Let's see. What do we got? We got, like, Alien Brigade, Asteroids. You can play Asteroids on something else. Centipede. Dig Dug. Dig Dug's fun. Donkey Kong, DK Jr., Galaga.
I'm putting this in worse than shit tier because if you've seen any reviewer on this, they hate this thing.
Yeah. I'm looking. There's not a lot. There's like 59 games. That
It's
were
even
released for it.
it was cheaply made. I think they had like this red plastic ball on the end, and this thing would just pop right off. It was like a small piece of plastic on the end, and so
Oh, I have seen that controller. Yeah, put
Oh.
it in that. Put it in that one.
Yeah.
Nah, get that.
butt
We're
cheeks.
done. Conversation over.
All right, now I got the 2600. Like the grandfather kicked off a lot of video games for what they are now today, but you know, in terms of all these consoles, fuck this thing. It can't play Spider-Man 2. Horrible.
Yeah, it might as well not even be a real console at that point. Like, just ridiculous.
A book has more interactions with it than this thing could.
Okay. Oh man, that's probably true. Again, this is so before yours and my time and stuff. Like, it's not even funny.
Yeah, we didn't own a 2600. Instead, my parents owned a ColecoVision, which was the competitor, and it I think we had like Donkey Kong Circuit or Circus or something on it. So, but man, that thing was so delicate, made of like cheap ass plastic. It was so bad. At least the Atari had like this cool wood grain finish to it.
Yeah, no. As for looks, I like this one. Like, if we're going off of looks, I think it looks great.
We still have that ColecoVision. Damn, kind of feel bad for it. I would've chucked it out years ago.
How do you know you still have it?
My brother probably has it in his room right now.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
Fair. No, you know what? I would put this in mediocre.
Mediocre.
Yeah. I think, like, this was, like, the Atari 2600 kicked off gaming.
I'd put it in best just because there were some really good games with it. And at the time, it was a solid-ass console to have, considering it didn't have much competition.
I mean, yeah, if we're going off of, well, I had no competition. There was nothing out back.
I told you, the ColecoVision, I think the Magnavox Odyssey had like an 8th re-release or something. So like there were other consoles that it was competing for, but this one definitely came out on top.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And it did leave behind a pretty big legacy. Like everyone knows the Atari 2600.
Oh, huge. Huge, yeah, totally. And it does. I'm looking at the games right now. It does have some pretty solid games. Some of them I've played. Some of them I've heard of. Some of them I haven't. I have no fucking clue what they are whatsoever. But yeah, no, I agree with that. I'd still put it below the Game Boy Color, honestly. But I'd put it in best.
Okay. All right.
I'm fine with that.
All right. We got the 3DS up here. Ooh.
Which one?
This is the
Is the
original. The original 3DS.
The original 3DS. Nintendo. Yeah, okay. So now we can get into a little bit more of a conversation because I have some strong feelings towards like Nintendo's handhelds and how they release them. It was ridiculous. The 3DS was honestly really cool, and I still like I'll still turn it on every once in a while and play a couple of games that I have on there. I have them sitting over there. I could go grab them, but I don't want to.
Okay.
But why release 3 different versions of the same fucking console?
Because it was okay. I get the 3. Okay, we're basing them off of just the 3DS in general, not like all the different variations.
Why are there variations though?
Why? Because maybe I have like, dude, the original 3DS was small. It was a very small handheld. It was made of glass. So, like, I remember my cousin getting a 3DS XL, and it could actually fit into his hands, and he enjoyed that thing. It was also plastic, so because it was meant for kids, kids could, like, throw it, and then they barely scratch it. With the original, dude, that shit was made of glass. I remember people just destroying it from it just slightly falling off the ground. It was a fragile-ass console. So the XL made sense, and then they had, like, they had the 2DS. I still have a 2DS. I feel really bad because I sold my original 3DS to get a 2DS. Honestly, that thing was cool in my opinion. I really liked the 2DS. It was so goofy. It was flat, dual screens. I like that thing. That's nothing new for the Wii Mini. We're not counting that though.
We're not counting. No, we're not counting the Wii Mini.
Yeah. I put it in GOAT because, yeah, at the beginning of his lifespan, it was trash. It had no games, and it was overpriced. And then they brought the price down to, like, $140. And then they had, like, a shite ton of games released for it. And it was so good.
Okay. One of my favorite games of all time is on this console.
Luigi's Mansion 2?
Not a bad pick, but no. I just want to see if you can guess it. I'll give you one more guess. Just see if you can get it.
A Link Between Worlds.
You're close on the Zelda, but no. There's one game a Zelda game that I love more, and it's Majora's Mask.
Oh, that's on the N64 though.
Majora's Mask 3D.
Really? You like that one? That one was received very poorly.
Oh, dude, there are so many games that I love that are just received terribly when it comes to critics and stuff. It's ridiculous. No,
not critics. Just fans of the game were complaining about it because the N64 version, what Nintendo likes to do is they'll build the character first, and then they'll build the world around him, so that when you're playing the character, it feels very natural in your environment. It's a clever game design. But with the 3DS version, they didn't do that. They built the entire environment, and then they built Link into it. So doing things like lily hopping, your Goron slams, and your Goron spins, or even swimming, it doesn't feel as natural, and so people hated this remake because it just didn't feel like you were playing Majora's Mask. It felt like you were playing a different Zelda game.
Fair. I mean, I have no nostalgia for Majora's Mask, the original. None. I never played it.
Damn, you guys heard it here first.
Yeah, no, so for me, like, just playing that, like, it's one of the first video games that I have a memory of playing.
Okay.
And to this day, it's still, like, for me, it still holds up. I love it. I would probably put 3DS and Epic. I don't think it's GOAT.
I think it's goated. It was so good. Like, the DS was so good, and then they made a better version. It was faster. It had better games. It was like, it took advantage of its 3D. So, like, it went from Mario Kart DS looking like fucking 2 pixels that were slammed against each other to, like you said, Majora's Mask 3D, where you had an N64 game. Or no, not even that. You had a GameCube. Not even that. You had a Wii game. But they're the same things. Never mind. What am I saying? But, like, you had full 3D games that you can now play in your pocket, which was never heard of at the time.
Oh, at the time, no. And it was, like, don't get me wrong, it was a pretty big deal back then.
Mm-hmm.
But when they kept continually releasing different consoles with their own exclusive games that you could no longer play on that console,
okay, they did that
limited
once,
the amount of
and
games
that was the
play.
New 3DS XL, and that came at the very end of its life cycle and only got, like, I remember, like, 2 games, like Shovel Knight, Return of the Labyrinth 8 or something was one of the games, like a game no one would ever heard of.
Yeah, that's fair.
It wasn't like Majora's Mask you could only play on the new 3DS XL. That would have killed it. Yeah, I'd agree. I'd take that down from GOAT, but also that's not even we're judging the 3DS versus the next one. I have the new 3DS XL in this list right down here.
Oh yeah, and I would still put the 3DS in Epic but the 3DS XL when we get like it's going below the 3DS for sure.
Oh yeah,
for me.
We'll get there when we get there. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it at GOAT, because man, those are great memories, and it was a really solid console.
What was the next one?
The Game Boy original.
The original Game Boy.
Yeah, that old black and white thing that outsold some of the things, like the Atari Lynx and the Game Boy, or sorry, the Sega Game Gear. They had full color, better hardware, and still did not sell as well as the Game Boy. It wasn't black and white, sorry, it was like what is it? The Nostalgia Critic, or not that just fucking, why can't I say that? The Angry Video Game Nerd said it best. It's 4 ugly shades of green.
It's 4 ugly shades of green. That's that feels accurate.
Mm-hmm.
That feels accurate.
Yeah, and it had the Mario game. I forget what it was, like Super Mario Island. I don't know. It had
Super Mario Island.
I
I'll
don't
look
know.
for it.
It had Wind Waker. I kind of think about it. It did not have Wind Waker.
It had Super Mario Land.
That's it.
Yep.
Super Mario Land. It had
Dr. Mario.
Yeah, Tetris was the biggest one on that console. And yo, Josh, you remember the one for the Game Boy? They just made a remake on it on the Switch. It was the one where Link gets washed up ashore on an island, and then he's got to fight the blowfish, the windfish.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it had a mainstream Zelda game, and it was
I can't remember.
It was original. It was new at the time. It was top down like the first one, but it was on the Game Boy of all consoles.
I mean, I think we need to like kind of look at the Game Boy as like, you know, what would it have been like to, you know, be a kid, like for what we had with like with the DS or with any of our newer portable consoles, and like rather than having to carry around this chunky ass console with their weird controllers back then that did not feel good for your hands, but instead you got to go in for a car ride and take this little console that had some decent games. Like, I mean, Super Mario Land is great. Kirby's Dream Land is good. Had
Kirby's Dream
DK
Land.
games on it.
Loaded.
Bionic Commando was on it as well.
It had Link's Awakening. That's the game. That was
Link's
such a good
Link's
game.
Awakening. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
I mean, you
such
got-
a good Legend of Zelda game.
Yeah, you got Castlevania games, you got Mega Man games.
I think Street Fighter, there was a Game Boy port of that. It wasn't good.
Probably, I don't doubt it.
Like, it was.
Yeah, I mean Tetris. Yeah, Link's Awakening and then Tetris as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean there were some fun games on it for sure. And I mean, yeah, it's not colored. It's very simple. But I mean back then that's all you needed. You just had this little cute little console and stuff with your platformer games on it, and it was just fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like I would put that above Game Boy Color in best for sure.
No, I could agree with that. Come on.
That's where I would place it.
There we go. Yeah,
Lagging a little bit.
Yeah, this Wi-Fi's going under maintenance, so it's gonna lag.
That's all good.
Gotta finish.
Yeah,
this
no,
before the website
I think we're
uploads.
good to leave it there.
Yeah,
I think it's fun.
I think.
What's the next one?
The Game Boy Advanced SP. So this was the one with
Game
the
Boy
backlit.
Advance.
This was the backlit
It's-
screen.
Yeah. This Game Boy Advance.
This was the one I grew up with. This was my first Game Boy. It had a charger. It didn't have batteries, but the fact that it had a backlit screen was just like mind blowing to me at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It still had those smaller cartridges that the Game Boy Advanced had, and it too had some pretty good games. Most of them are remakes. However, it started off the Mario and Luigi games. So it had like Mario and Luigi's. I think Superstar Saga was the first one to come out, and then it came out.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't it start Mario versus Donkey Kong too?
No. Maybe. Mario
I'm pretty
versus
sure-
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, because there was the new one that came out for the Switch last year.
I'm trying to think if that was an arcade
No, this year.
game. at first. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Mario vs. Donkey Kong Game Boy Advanced.
Was it the first? Like that was the first of the name?
Yeah, yeah, and then there was
Okay.
a ton of other
Yeah.
ones as well. Okay.
Yeah. No, I would put this in Epic.
I feel that too. Yeah.
I put this in Epic. It's got Super Mario, like Super Mario Bros. 3. It had a Metroid game as well.
That was the problem though. Most people had is it had remakes of games. It didn't have a lot of originals.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it can be argued that there were a lot of consoles that came out after it that had a lot of remakes and not a lot of originals.
Yeah,
so,
but I mean, compared to like the Game Boy, where it had like all original games that were coming out for it, it had a shit ton of remakes that.
But what would you rather play?
The Game Boy Advanced SP, because then I could also play my Game Boy games on it as well.
Yeah, totally. So, like, yeah, no, I think, like, yeah, it made a lot of remakes and stuff, and it had a lot of the same games, but it had a backlit screen. It had color, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it was after Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it didn't have the black and white screen like the Game Boy did. And dude, there's some banger games on that console. Yeah. Games that I've actually like played not on that console but through ports, through DS or Wii U.
You know what? It had the Minish cap though, so unfortunately we're gonna have to move this to shit tier. So terrible. You had a shot. You made one bad Zelda game, and it's over.
Oh, what was the name? Oh, that's it. Yeah, Metroid. No, put it back up to S tier because I had Metroid. Zero Mission and
putting that up. I am not putting that high based on one game. I think Epic is a solid thing considering the console had a shit ton of remakes done on it. It was a great console, but man, it cannot top a DS or anything.
Yeah, Epic is fun. I think Epic's a good place for it to sit. It's a good console.
All right. Next is the Atari Lynx. This was their handheld to compete with the Game Boy.
Right. Atari.
I'll put it here.
Why did they start naming them after like felines instead of numbers?
Because the 7800 sounds stupid. I don't know. I think it's because they wanted to distance themselves from the 2600 that caused the video game crash. So they started naming them after numbers, thinking that they would just recover. And then they're like, okay, let's do a different strat. We'll just name it after cats, and everyone will forget about our shit consoles before. I'm going to put this at this was shit because it didn't have a lot of games at the time, but when it was competing with the Game Boy, it did have a full-colored backlit screen. So
fair. I did not know that about that. So fair.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put it very bottom, but yeah, I'd put it at still shit because it, like, I've heard of none of these games.
No, I think they did have one Castlevania game, and that's it.
Nope, no Castlevania.
Damn. So this thing had nothing.
Had Miss Pac-Man. That's the only one I've heard of.
Hell yeah. This is going in GOAT tier. Don't you mess with my Miss Pac-Man.
It had Ninja Gaiden. I'll give it that. It did have Ninja Gaiden.
Oh.
Rampage. 1990.
Don't know.
Okay, yes. You know what Rampage is. You just
I don't think so.
Don't think you do. Yeah, I'd still put it shit though. So that's where it'll sit. Not much more to say about it.
Alright. Alright. The next is the DS original. Like the first one that came out.
Epic. I'd put it Epic right now.
Epic?
For what it was.
Nah.
At its time, I have some fond memories of the DS.
This shit's going at go. We got Mario Kart DS. What was it? It was Mario 64 DS. It also had Brain Age, Animal Crossing. Fuck, it had so many games. New Super Mario Bros. 1. That alone was so good. The original 2D one.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, we can put it a GOAT. We can. Because because in my mind I was thinking like, does it stand toe to toe with the 3DS? How much
think
did the 3DS improve the handheld experience?
I actually think
for
this
Nintendo?
goes above, because remember, you could also play your original Game Boy games, Game Boy Colors, Game Boy Advance games on that, and your DS games. This thing could play fucking everything.
Yeah, that's true. All right, yeah, I'd put it up there then.
Yeah, and
I'm
not
good with
only,
that.
but remember local play, dude? You could, like, have 4 Game Boys, and all you could connect them, and then play Mario Kart together.
No,
and
not Game Boys, not Game Boys.
Or DS, sorry. All DSs
Yeah.
together, and you could just, yeah, because the Game Boys, you had to daisy chain them with a connector, and that was a pain in
Yeah.
the ass, man. I hated that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I think the DS is even better than the 3DS. I think the 3DS took away because then they added the eShop, which was, you know, it was cool, but that was from the DSi, which we'll get to next.
Is that the next one?
Yeah, the next one's the DSi.
Okay, I say like yeah, I'm good with it. A GOAT status. Like the DS is self-explanatory. Everybody knows what the DS is. I love the DS. I think it's a great console. I have not really a whole lot of bad things to say about it, to be honest. So no, I'm good with it there. I am unfamiliar with the differences between it and the DSi though.
So it got a UI update, or I can't pronounce any of my words today. It got an update, so the screen itself didn't have those block texts anymore. Instead, it had a store and like blocks, so you could scroll through them, instead of the DS, which had one menu screen and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. So it's similar to the 3DS in its user interface.
Yeah, it added Wi-Fi, so you can go on the store and you can download games. I remember the most popular game is they were doing an anniversary for The Legend of Zelda, and the free game that you got was Four Swords Adventures, and it was a full Zelda game that you could play online with your friends for free.
I know the name of this.
Four Swords Adventures, The Legend of Zelda.
Was it that?
It was that game. I remember that. I remember that being a big day. Is if you didn't get it that day, bro, you were a loser. You had to leave the school. Your family was abandoned. You could not go back to them.
It was Four Swords Adventures. I could picture the cover, and for some reason, Four Swords Adventures was not clicking. I couldn't see that on the card, but
You had to
you are
have it
correct.
on your DSi, man. It also had the voice memo thing, so you could like record yourself and you could change the pitch, dude. I spent like hours in that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it above 3DS,
I wouldn't either.
but I'd put it above the DS, just in terms of like what it upgraded.
I would not, based on the fact that
No?
you couldn't play your Game Boy Advance games, your Game Boy original games, because they got rid of that port. So
Really?
yeah, that one didn't come with
Oh.
a port, I don't believe. It was just they cut it off. So
You could do it on the 3DS though, couldn't you?
no, the 3DS also cut it off.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Game
Fair
Boy, the original DS had on the very bottom was your Game Boy SP game or your Game Boy Advance games, and then on the other side was your DS games. But the DSi got rid of the bottom slot and just smoothed it out, so you couldn't play them anymore.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, yeah, I'd put it below then. I'd put it in Epic.
I'd still put it in GOAT because the games are still fucking fantastic. You know, it still could play all your DS games like Mario and Luigi's Partners in Time and the just all the DS games that you originally had.
Yeah, but you got 3. Huh? Oh yeah, you can bring them down a bit. Sorry, my girl's home, so I'm still not saying your name when I'm on stream. So you don't care now? Okay. Yeah, she's home and she just turned the lights down a little bit. You got 3 DS consoles
Because
in
they're the
GOAT tier.
GOAT. They made up my childhood.
But if someone now were to buy a DS, which of the 3 would you recommend they buy?
I would recommend they buy a DS, an original DS.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It would either be the original or it would be 3DS.
Yeah, but if they got a
DSi?
DSi, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'd be like, that's also a fantastic console.
It's fantastic. It's not GOAT status.
It's GOAT
It's not.
status, bro. It is
No,
100% GOAT status. The
I
amount
would
of
put
stuff-
it above Game Boy Advance
you,
in Epic
you
tier,
don't
and
understand how hyped people were to have a camera, a fucking camera on your Game Boy or your DS. It
Why you
was
keep
crazy.
saying Game Boy, man?
I keep stumbling over my words, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I forgot how to read. I have to reteach myself how to read. So, it
that's
has
fair.
not been good for me. No.
Are you? Hold on 1 second. Are you playing Astrobot? Are you not gonna play Astrobot?
Astrobot.
Oh,
Come
were
on,
you going
guys. Come on, Josh. You gotta agree with me, dude. The DSi was.
to? I don't want to see anything. I want to see nothing. I'm not gonna close my eyes. Okay. I don't think JP would appreciate me shutting my eyes for the remainder of the stream. So.
I mean, I don't care, bro. It's your stream too.
Yeah, fair. No, I'm hard set on putting it in Epic, like DSi above
I'm
Game Boy Advance.
Hard set
I'd put
on
it-
keeping all three of them as goated because they were all such a big upgrade, dude. The impact, it wasn't like it was just a small update. This thing changed the whole console, added a brand new UI system, and they added things like Wi-Fi, a camera, like stuff that we take for granted now because every console has it. And they added that. It was perfect.
Yeah, but it's still it's the same console. It's the same handheld.
It wasn't. You show someone
Outside
a
of a
DSi,
few
you see someone a
changes.
DS, and they would just be like, dude, look at that DSi, dude.
Oh,
Look at
it's
that
great,
DS.
yeah.
The DS was ugly as shit when they first came out. Like, it was
I thought it was
functional.
fine.
This boxy thing?
DSi looks like a brick.
The DSi was slick. It had like a fine plastic cover. It was kind of like a small gel cover to it. It was so good. The original DS was this brick phone looking thing with way too many bumps on it.
Oh man. Oh my gosh. Hold on, what do we got? Hey, what's up, Lano? Yeah, we're talking about the DS. Alright, you know what? Lano, help me out here. JP wants to put the 3DS, the DSi, and the original DS in that order in GOAT status. Whereas I believe that the 3DS and DS should stay in GOAT, but the DSi should get bumped down to just Epic tier, so A tier, above the Game Boy Advance. Do you concur?
What do you think? Because
I wanna
someone
hear
to
what he
split
says.
the decision here.
Yeah, no, I think it should go down. I think it should. It's fine. It's not a bad console. I low-key agree with you. Yeah, he agrees with me.
Great,
He agrees with me.
Hey, that's your
That's fair.
chat, dude. This is some biased
Appreciate that,
bullshit
man.
going on. Hard
Oh,
pass.
man. Fine, ask
I'm
your
still.
chat.
I'll put it up. I'll listen to you.
All right,
No
fair.
one's in my
fair.
chat right now, so
Fair. No, I think what's up?
hard
She's hiding
disagree.
again?
But we have to move on.
Only I'd be able to see it.
The DSi, yeah, but it introduced the game shop, so you could actually go in with your Wi-Fi and you could download all these games. So it wasn't completely useless, and they often ran free games that you could always pick up.
That's fair. He says the DSi losing GBA games is a big loss. Gained a camera, lost a whole library.
It was easier though, because you could download games now from the store, and that was the big leap forward. That's what the 3DS had.
Yeah, but are we really going to give props to digital storefronts? Seriously?
Dude, the way the DSi did it was good. Like, I don't know. It's not like nowadays where they cost an arm and a leg to do it.
Yeah,
It's,
how's
like,
the
fucking
digital
funky.
storefront doing right now?
On Steam, it's fantastic, dude. I feel bad
You're
for
so
people with
full of shit.
PlayStation.
You're so full of shit. Shut the fuck up.
At
No,
least they
it's
get sales and
gone.
free
It's
games.
gone. You can no longer buy digital games on a DS, but you know what you can do?
That is
you can go out and
true.
you can
That
buy a
is
cartridge
true.
and you can plug it into your console. So
Yeah,
no, it's
they're
a
gonna cost like
big loss.
$500 for a copy of Super Mario What the? I can't even remember some of these games now. There's so many of them. The GBA.
I'm sorry.
Superstar Saga.
That's a
yeah.
conversation for another time. Is my annoyance of how they
All
named.
right, I'm
their
still putting it
fucking
above
names.
the Game Boy Advanced SP.
Oh yeah,
now, 'cause it did
well
kill me.
deserved. Well deserved. Still above the Game Boy Advance, just because you could still play a massive library of just phenomenal games. But
Mhm.
it's where it belongs.
All right.
And I'm glad Lano came to our aid.
Let's do the Game Boy Advanced, just the original one.
I think we said a lot of stuff about the Game Boy Advance SP that can kind of be brought back to the original.
Yeah, it's definitely lower because it doesn't have a back camera or a backlight.
Yeah, but I would put it in best above the rest of them. That's where I'd put it.
I feel that too. Yeah.
Yeah, the backlight was huge. That makes a big deal when it comes to
Yeah,
stuff
you could
like
actually
that.
play it
So-
in the car at night instead of waiting for the traffic lights to just
for the
go
for
through
the
and hold at a
street
weird
lights
angle.
to come across. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
get that.
crazy.
I still have one. I got rid of my SP and got my brother's Advanced just because I like the design of the Advanced a lot more. Like, this is an actual square. It is just a brick square, and it feels so terrible in your hands, but it has a backlight, so who cares?
It has a backlight. That's fair.
Yeah.
And I think honestly, for me, there's not a single Nintendo handheld device that I felt comfortable holding to this day.
Really?
I love the games. I love using it, but my hands, I got big hands, man.
Are you
there's
talking
never been a
about
console I
just the
felt comfortable.
handhelds, or are you talking about every controller that they had?
Just the handhelds. Just the handhelds.
Oh, okay, I was like, bro's never held a GameCube controller?
No, GameCube controller is fantastic.
Why?
I honestly, Wiimote and the nunchuck, love it. It feels really nice in my hand. I like it.
Fair fair enough.
But the even up to the Switch, I hate holding the Switch in handheld.
Yeah.
I need to dock it and get a pro controller so that I can start using it a little more, because I do use it in handheld for a few games every once in a while. But I don't know, trying to play Super Mario Odyssey holding this massive like iPad in my hands, I hate it. I don't like it. And the Joy-Cons
Yeah.
suck. I know we're talking about a different console now,
Yeah,
but
we'll get to that
I'm-
eventually.
yeah, but I don't like the way that they feel. I'm just ranking them purely off of like how good they were, their games, like that kind of stuff. Because if I'm ranking them off of how comfortable they are,
Yeah, some
almost
of these
all
would
of them
definitely mock
probably
me.
ended shit. I really don't like it.
Yeah, the Game Boy Advance SP would definitely be in worse than shit. I did not like it.
Yeah.
I felt.
Yeah, honestly. So
Alright,
yeah,
next
no,
we
I'm
got-
good. I'm good with that. Next one.
Next, we got the Atari 5600, 5800, whichever one. Some random jumble of numbers.
I don't know, man. It's just it feels like the same console, just regurgitated a few years later.
I think the 7800 and the 5600, if that's the right one. I think they were the exact same.
5200, 5200.
5200, okay. I think they were the exact same consoles. Like, nothing
Are
changed.
they the exact same?
I think they were just rebranded the same thing under a new name and resold it.
It has, well, yeah, they have maybe a few different games. This one has, the 5200 has 69 games.
69 whole game. Oh my goodness, bro.
69 games. Wow.
You'd probably
Nice.
Plat and beat them all tonight.
But tonight, yeah. And I mean, I'm looking at the games and like, yeah, they're great. Like, and they're classics. And I like classics. I like playing those games. But it's the same fucking console. And I would never, ever think to myself, man, if I want to play Qbert or Pac-Man or Galaga, I'm going to go out, I'm going to buy this console. No, I'm going to play it on a PC. Or I'm going to play it on a brand new generation console. Buy it on a Switch, buy it on a PlayStation. I don't care where.
Yeah.
It's a great game, but it's not a good console. I'd put it in, I'd put it at the top of this was shit.
At the top of this was shit.
Yeah.
Really? You wouldn't put it in worse than I'd.
No, because it was a better console than the other Atari.
Okay, I'm still putting the links
No.
above because at least that one looked like a modern console.
Well, actually, you know what? No, I'm with you. Put it in worse than shit, but just put it above the other Atari.
Yeah, I agree. Have you seen
I'm-
people do
I'm fine with
quality checks on it? Like, dude, this thing was massive. It was huge. It was the size of if you added the CD and the 3DX to your Genesis, like this huge conglomerate. It was bigger than that.
Yeah, totally.
The 5200.
Lano says 7800 gigashits, amazing specs.
Gigashits. What kind of specs? What? I didn't even know this thing had specs. It felt like it just run off.
I didn't even know. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, I'd put it there. Yeah, move on.
All right, Atari Jaguar. This was the Atari's first 64-bit console to compete with the N64.
N64, Jaguar games.
There wasn't a lot, and most of them were actually 32-bit games, if I recall correctly.
The list of Atari Jaguar games has the complete library of 50 cartridges and 13 CD-ROMs, because you could buy the CD drive like separately.
Why?
I don't know why they did that. It's so funny that people are complaining, and don't get me wrong, I'm one of those people. I think it's absolutely I think it's absolutely stupid that the PS5 is coming out with a separate disc drive. Put the fucking disc drive on the console. How dumb is that? Like, is it really?
Seconds.
If you're putting that money towards manufacturing the disc drive anyway for people to buy separately, wouldn't it save you money to just put it on the fucking console so that people who have discs can use it? It's designed to be backwards compatible too. It's designed to play your PS4 games.
This is about the Atari Jaguar. We'll get to that.
I know, but it's stupid to me that even back then they're selling CD drives separately. At least back then they had a reason, because it was new technology. So
yeah, but some other consoles at the time, like the PS1, that didn't need a cartridge drive, and the N64 had a patent with Philips to make a CD drive, but they scrapped it because they're like, why? The console's almost dead anyway, and the GameCube's coming out. Why would we add a CD drive? And then they went to Sony, and Sony made some of the greatest consoles ever made. So they shot themselves in the foot.
I would put the Atari Jaguar in mediocre.
It did not have games, dude. You gotta look at some of the games. They did not run.
I looked at the games.
No.
It has
I mean
Doom,
playing the games.
which makes me want to put it in mediocre.
No.
Put it at
No,
shit.
I'm actually serious, dude. That Doom is worse than the SNES version of Doom. It had worst music.
But it can play it. A pregnancy test can play Doom.
Yes, but even the pregnancy test version is better than the Jaguar version, because the Jaguar version fucking sucked ass.
Man.
It was like the graphics were better, but then they're like, all right, so you know that music? Turn that shit down, which is, you're ruining Doom.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, put it in shit. It's not worse than shit, but it's shit.
Yeah.
It's shit.
Okay, next is that Microsoft VR headset.
Oh, we're jumping to new shit now.
Yeah, we're going back and forth. I didn't put this in any particular order, so it's just gonna go all over the place.
Yeah, kind of weird how we covered a lot of older consoles throughout, like Nintendo, and now we're just jumping to this.
Yeah, alright.
What's it called? It's Microsoft VR headset. The HoloLens 2. HoloLens 2.
Because this shit could play games. I do remember people trying to game on this thing, but it was so expensive because the VR headset was made for, research purposes, not for gaming like every other one's. But you could still buy it.
But you could. I mean, the fact that it has, like, I'm looking at it, it's got fully articulated hand tracking, touch grasp. You can move holograms. That's pretty damn cool. But it's also, in Canada, about $5,000.
Steal, bro. That's like a week of unemployment checks here.
Collaborate with app ecosystem. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, see-through holographic lens for its optics. Its resolution is 2K, even with that.
2K?
That's insane.
Nah, for $5,000, that shit better be 8K on each lenses. Like, if I'm playing Hentai Foot Massager, that shit better be just, like, in real life. I should be able to take off the headset and still see what's happening in my room. $5,000. God Damn. Yeah, no. For $5,000, that's quite shit. I'm also starting to think, didn't this thing come out in 2011? I remember hearing about this like early in the early 2000s, if I recall.
Dude, I'd never heard of it until you brought it up before we started streaming.
I just remember back in the day because it was very new VR technology. That's why it was priced so high. And yeah, it wasn't meant for gaming and stuff, but
Dude, we've made a grave error while I'm thinking about this. I'm going to save my piece and then you throw it on the Maker. We totally forgot to add the Steam Deck to our list.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That deserves to be on there.
Okay, keep it in the head and then we'll put it here and then I'll take a photo of this and like Photoshop it in or something.
You can't add it mid-tier maker?
I can, but the
Or let's make
website is so laggy right now. I'm afraid if I add anything, it's just gonna crash.
Oh, fair. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, as for the Microsoft one, I would say put it in mediocre because as cool as the technology is, you're looking at spending a fortune on this for basically next to nothing unless you're doing this for scientific purposes or research or school or something like that. Yeah, you can play games on it, but why would you? And on top of that, the battery life is 2 to 3 hours of active use.
No, I thought this was a plug-in headset. Like you just plug it into your PC and then run it.
No, you have to charge it.
Oh, this was a wireless one.
This was wireless.
No wonder it was $5,000.
Yeah, and it's got 64 gigabytes of storage. That is bullshit.
Nothing.
That's nothing for $5,000. That's
65
insane.
gigs on my head.
Yeah,
you can get that in a Neuralink probably. Yeah, no, that's garbage. I don't know anything about it, so I'll agree with you. We'll put it at mediocre. Like, seems cool.
Yeah,
everything I'm
seems
hearing is
cool.
cool, but
I think it's great. It's much better than the fucking last two Ataris and stuff. But I mean, yeah, no, for that price and stuff, and the fact that you can play games, but like, why would you? I don't really see the fucking point in doing that. 5,000 is delusional. Yeah, I agree. I don't agree.
Yeah, bro's correct. All right, we got the Valve. Oh my goodness.
Oh, which Valve?
Index, I believe.
Valve Index.
Yeah, the newer one that came out.
Index. Specs. I'm basing a lot of the VR headsets off specs because I know this one can run Steam games, and I know a lot of VR Steam games.
Steam.
Yeah, I just need to know kind of what it does.
Well, the thing I like about the Index is, well, it's because it's made to run Steam and everything. When you plug the headset in, you just run your Steam shit. Everything works. With the other ones, like if you were to plug a Sony or PlayStation headset or like a Rift, you'd have to go through all their stuff first, and then you'd have to play your Steam games, and then there'd cause a lot of crashes because some things weren't compatible. But they just made everything easy. You buy your Steam games on Steam, you use the Steam headset, and it all just works together. Plus, if you have ever played on an Index, that shit is so good. It's got some of the best headphones I've ever had on. Like, I can hear in 20 dimensions ahead of myself. The headphones, they don't sit directly on you, but they just cast this really long net of sound around you. It's fantastic. It feels great.
Yeah.
It looks great, and it's got the most advanced tracking out of any headset ever, but it also costs a lot more than all the headsets out there.
How much does this one go for?
I think it's like, if you get all the options, like $1,000 Canadian or something.
$1,300. Holy shit!
Right. Well, it also has it has advanced tracking, so you have 2 camera sets that you have to set up on stands on each end of your room, and they track your outside movement. Like, we're talking a lot of fucking tracking, but it's so accurate.
I'd totally believe it's 100% accurate. I would put it at the highest level for Epic. I'd put it there.
I think so too. Yeah, it's a VR headset. I don't know many VR headsets that are necessarily goated.
We'll get there.
We'll get there, but yeah, I think Epic, because this.
I think this one's fun because like you're looking at cost. You're looking at having to have a huge amount of space to set up like dedicated camera systems and stuff instead of just plugging in the console and playing. Like,
But
don't get me wrong,
It is.
I'm sure it's
VR headset,
phenomenal.
too.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Like, no doubt about that. And the games that you can play on, well, I mean, we know the games that you can play on. It's VR.
Mhm.
Any game on Steam for VR. If you can play Half-Life Alyx on it, it's a pretty good headset.
Yeah.
So I totally think that it should go an Epic, but with that, like with those things in mind, I don't think it's goated because
I have to say,
not a lot of
goated,
people
like,
are gonna get that.
I think I could only put goated stuff for nostalgic stuff. That's me. Unless it gets to a very specific
like I said,
console,
we'll get
but
there.
I
We'll get
can't
there.
really say
We're
that.
moving on.
Okay, so next we got I think that's the Quest 2.
What
Or the Quest 3. I don't know. They look the exact same.
yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna pull up full screen.
Here, I have my folder here. I'll look it up here. Okay,
Okay.
that's the MetaQuest 3.
That is the Quest 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the Meta Quest 3.
Compared to the Apple Vision Pro, you got everything the Apple Vision Pro could do for damn near 10% of the cost.
Yeah. I think from what because I've like I said, I've never used the Valve. I don't know if I said that. I haven't used it.
Mhm.
I've used the Quest 2 and Hyper. He has the Quest 2, and we were looking at the specs for the Quest 3, and it just like they took the Quest 2 and they're like, okay, how can we make this better? And they made it better.
The
No.
first time Facebook has done anything like that.
Yeah, the first time they've done anything good. Now, here's the thing: it's still Facebook. I hate Facebook with a burning passion, but there are some great fucking games on this console. And there are some games on this console that you can't even play on PlayStation VR. I wish you could, but there's some that you can't, and it makes me sad. It makes me want to buy one. I just don't want to buy one because it's Facebook. That's actually the only reason why I won't buy this is because it's tied to Facebook. I would put this above the Valve Index.
And
put it in Epic.
I would
No,
put this.
no,
I would
hold
put
on,
this
hold on.
at. I would put this at best. It is
Best?
Yeah, don't get me wrong, but it has shit tracking. For its cost, yeah, it's cheap, but that's what you get. You get a cheap product that runs cheaply. It
I don't
doesn't
think it
have
runs
all the
cheaply, though.
specs
I've used
that
the Meta Quest
Steam
2,
VR
it doesn't
has.
run cheaply.
Yeah, but you also have to deal with Facebook stuff. Steam is a pretty damn trustworthy company. Meta
Yeah.
fucking sucks at everything. So when trying to set up something like the Quest 3, it is shit. It sucks to try to set all this stuff up, especially since Facebook likes to lock some stuff. So there's been some people who try to get around that by trying to get their Quest 3 hooked up to their Steam account so that they can play their Steam games. Can't do that like you could with the Rift. But again, it's cheap. I would not put this above the Index just because the Index is such a quality product. You pay for what you get. You get a good quality for a
And
good
pay
price.
what you
Here
get,
you
yes.
get, it's an okay product for a shit price. Or a lower price, I suppose.
Yeah, you don't need a Facebook account anymore to use the headset.
That does not sound like Meta at all. That does not sound at all. To buy games? You need an account for anything to buy games on that.
You don't need a Facebook account to use the MetaQuest.
So
I
how
just
do you
googled it.
How do you get games on it then?
It's well, I actually don't know how you get games on it.
You'd
be
have
honest.
to
I'd
sign
ask
into your
Piper.
account and then buy games off their their in-app store.
Google it. I just googled it. Like, you do not need to sign into Facebook to use the MetaQuest. You don't.
MetaQuest store.
I don't know how their store works. I assume it's just like basically anything else.
Well, that's what I would think. But with every other store, like like if you try to go on the PlayStation store, you need a PlayStation account. If I want to buy something on my Xbox, I need an Microsoft account to buy it, right? So I'd assume
Well,
you don't need one to like boot it up or anything. But I'm assuming if you want to use the
No,
damn things to do it.
I'm saying you don't need a Facebook account. There's some other type of account that it uses, but it's not
A
Facebook.
Meta
It's
account.
not. I don't know what that is. Meta. Fine, it's Meta.
That's the
Yeah,
same
but it's not
shit.
Facebook.
They're the same
But
company.
it's not
Facebook.
Facebook. It's the same company, sure, because they own it. But that's like saying that I just bought a fucking Sony TV and I need to make an account to log into YouTube. It's not. It doesn't mean I have a PlayStation account. I can buy PlayStation games. It's two different things.
Meta and
It's
Facebook
just-
are the
it's not
same
Facebook.
thing, and I'm pretty sure a Facebook. You don't need a Facebook account to create a Meta account. Okay, it's the same company, but you don't need a Facebook account to run on a Meta. But you do need a Meta account,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
fine.
Facebook.
It's
Like
Oh,
you
God.
can't sign into Facebook the app, but Facebook
No.
owns Meta.
yeah, but
Yeah, they just
Oh my
changed. It's
gosh.
just a name change. That's it. That is 100%
name
just a
change.
name change.
dude, you're making it sound like I have a Twitter account, but I also have an X account. Like, yeah, they're the same thing because Twitter and X just had a name change. Meta and Facebook accounts are not the same. I can't log into Facebook with my Meta account. I can't log into Meta with my Facebook account. It's two different things.
Are you sure? Because
It's
like
their-
Instagram, I can use my Facebook account on Instagram. Instagram with Facebook. I'm pretty sure there might be a way that you could just use your Facebook account to log into Meta.
Oh, perhaps there is, but what I'm saying is you
Hmm.
don't need a Facebook account to utilize the console.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. I don't give
Okay.
a shit if people log in with
But-
Facebook or not. I'm not going to.
Meta.
But you can still
okay.
use it.
You still need a Meta account, and I hate
Yeah,
Meta.
it's fun. Everything needs an account. It's unfortunate.
I
But
hate
no,
Meta.
I would still because you're saying that the tracking sucks. I've used the tracking. It's absolutely fine.
But you haven't
I
used
don't
the
know-
tracking on an index, so you
yeah,
have
but
no
how
clue
much
how
more
good it could get.
pristine does it need to get for it to be that much more enjoyable? It really doesn't matter. It
You-
doesn't matter.
It does matter, especially if you've played on one of those consoles and you've tried to do fast movements before. Sometimes it lags, sometimes it'll accidentally track incorrectly, especially with FNAF. I remember that on my the Rift S, where it would be very delayed on tracking. And the Quest 3 had that same problem because it just doesn't have as good as tracking. Now, don't get me wrong, the tracking is completely fine. It is better than the Apple Vision Pro, which was priced at $3,000. So, how much was the Quest 3?
700.
Sorry, 700.
Pretty sure. MetaQuest.
I gotta look up CAD
3
prices.
cost.
Okay, the base model is
650.
500.
What are you looking at?
I just looked up Quest 3 price Canadian. Base model.
I just went to
128
Best
gig.
Buy Canada and it's 650.
I just looked it up straight here, and that's what it gave me. Yeah, it says 650 regular price.
Yeah, 650 for 128 gigabyte headset for the MetaQuest 3, and the 512 gigabyte is 850. Wow,
I
that's
thought
a
it was cheap. I thought it was
massive
300
increase.
bucks. Yeah, never
That's
mind.
the MetaQuest 2 buying it now.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
like,
no,
because yeah,
that
it was like
price.
$400 or $500 back then, but now you can buy it for much cheaper because it's an older platform, and they've dropped the price consistently. Which, to be fair, I'll give them props for that. That as the years have gone by, they've slowly reduced the price so that more people can buy it. And then their new console, they're like, okay, but it's more because it offers this, this, and this, and then that'll eventually drop. That's something that the big three, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo, do not fucking do, and it makes me mad
Yeah.
because they don't drop costs.
I still do
Especially
not think
Nintendo.
that thing
Oh my
should
gosh.
be an Epic, though. That is way too high. I thought it was $300, and I was willing to give it the benefit, like, because of how cheap it was. But $650, my guy? That is a
Just
brand
like
new PlayStation 5 right there. That's
I would put it
quite a bit for VR
I would
games.
put it in best at the top.
I would put it behind the Game Boy Advanced, because at least that had better games.
Well, no, because the MetaQuest 3's games, I mean, there are some exclusives now, or there will be, but it's the same games as the MetaQuest 2, and a lot of those games you can play on Steam. I think
But-
it's fun.
and
I'd
now-
still put it above all the handhelds.
I'd put it here. I think it's sitting comfortably right there. Like, it's, don't get me wrong, it is not a bad console. But now that you just told me that's at $650, I don't want to put it anywhere near Epic.
Okay, well then, fine. Put the MetaQuest 3 there, and MetaQuest 2, put it in best above the Game Boy Advance.
The MetaQuest 2? Now I've got to see here, because I remember when they released that, people were mad because it was just MetaQuest 1, but it just cost more money. Like, there was so little upgrade from the 1 to the 2.
Yeah, but MetaQuest 1 isn't on this list. So
Yeah, we
I
didn't
wouldn't...
put it here because the 1 and 2 were the same consoles that we were arguing. We said they were the same because there was practically no upgrade.
Yeah, so that's fine. I would still put it above that. If you're putting the 3 for price, I'd put the 2 above it because it's cheaper. In my mind, though, the MetaQuest 3 is better than the MetaQuest 2, and both of them deserve to be in the epic category. Because it's fucking VR at the end of the day. I'm sorry. I would much rather have a VR headset than a Game Boy Advance. Like, that seems logical.
I
to
see
me.
him something like a Gooner would say, man. Ain't no way you just said you'd rather be playing VR than a Game Boy Advanced. Can your VR headset play Minish Cap?
Thank God it can't. I'm very happy about that.
You know what? Maybe you're right. These
you
VR
proved my
headsets,
point.
they're going up. Can they play Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga?
Oh, man.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think so. Oh, gosh.
I'd put the 2 below the 3. I still think the 3, despite it being more expensive, it is a more advanced piece of tech. And it did change.
Yeah, let it be known where you've placed them. I 110% entirely disagree with your placement.
I mean, this ain't the first time we're gonna disagree on this list, man. Like, you put the DSi down here, man. And now...
And I'm not the
Quest
only
2.
one. Let that be stated. I am not the only one.
Yeah.
We had a voice of reason step in.
Only
He was the voice of
people
reason.
here, bad opinions.
You're the
only
voice
sane.
of nostalgia.
Yeah. And it's fantastic. He's gonna take you back to the past. Alright. So next one
What
we
are we
got
doing
is
next?
GameCube.
GameCube, put it very high, goated, and let's leave it at that.
Even after everything that... I still... You know what? I agree with you. But it just baffles me how this console didn't sell well.
I know. It's ridiculous. I've used the GameCube multiple times. Goated controllers. The console looks awesome, by the way.
Oh, wait, no.
With all 4 ports being right in the front. I don't know. It's appealing to me. That looks great. And the games, bro. The fucking games. It was
Melee,
so good.
Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Sunshine, The 1,000-Year Door. I have an entire list of stuff over there.
Yeah. That is above
Yeah.
DS. That's above 3DS.
No,
It
I'm putting this
puts-
behind the DS.
Behind DS?
Behind
No,
the
bro.
DS, just
Put some
behind.
respect on the Game Boy.
I would put them evenly. Like, I can't put one above the other. There was
well, then
one
I'll,
cool
I'll,
thing.
I'll pick for you. Put
the
the Game Boy
game-
above.
Could the GameCube run original Game Boy games? Because I know the GameCube could run Game Boy SP games, but you had to get an attachment
good
with
question.
it.
Uh,
But I don't know, like, if you popped
Can-
in an original Game Boy game, could it run it?
Can GameCube play Game Boy games? The Game Boy Player is an extension for the GameCube and allows one to play Game Boy Advance games as well as classic Game Boy and
Yeah.
Game Boy Color games on a TV screen.
Yeah, bro. Look at your chat, bro. Your chat's correct about this.
I'm a bit late, but I gotta agree with JP. I'd rather play a GBA than a VR.
Thank you.
Wow.
True.
Dude, that hurts. So hold on. Lano, the only experience as far as I know that you have with VR is when you did it with me when we had the party and stuff a little while ago and you tried it out. So that's it. But like we're talking Beat Saber. We're talking like full-blown fucking story games like Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Village, RE7 in VR though. The entire world, you're inside of it, and you would rather play a little GBA console with some 2-dimensional platformers than be inside and immersed in a video game. I'm sorry, that's the future of gaming. It's literally like Ready Player One. I've used an Oculus and been a VR Arcade. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, VR Arcade. I mean, those are some B tier VR games because they're not putting you in like some of like the pristine like premier games and stuff that you can play on a VR because it's just an arcade style. But I'd still rather take the B tier VR games than a GBA.
I'm not gonna lie, man. VR feels more like a gimmick to me as a gaming thing. Some of the games I play are very not heavily story. I think FNAF is the only one I've played where it's a very heavy story that it feels like you're immersed in. But even that was a collection of mini games, and that's kind of what I feel about VR. Is almost all VR games I played are just mini games.
None of them really feel like enough VR
stories. No, I haven't, obviously, because I haven't played things like Half-Life Alyx. But for what I've seen, like Doom VR, Fallout, all these things, they feel like mini games almost.
Have you played Skyrim VR, Borderlands 2, Minecraft VR?
From what I've seen, it also feels like a mini game. I've seen Minecraft VR, and yeah, just why would I play that over original Minecraft?
Oh no. Yeah, definitely play original Minecraft over that. But yeah, original Minecraft would still be above the GBA, and so would like VR and stuff. Again, like sure, that's me, but that's the future of gaming. I don't want to go backwards and sit there and play a little 2D platformer for 20 minutes when I can literally be inside of an entire fucking world inside of a VR headset. That sounds awesome.
For 20 minutes until your vision gets blurry and you got to sit down.
Okay, you need to play more VR, man.
I've played enough. I'm sick of it. I played the Roxanne mini game, FNAF 2 VR, dude. I already spent 50 hours in that. I don't know how much more immersed you want me to get.
Jeez. Yeah, Lano literally said at the same time that you said VR feels gimmicky. He laughed. It's incredibly impressive tech, but I'd rather just play the regular game. Beat Saber, a special case. 2D platformers are goated. Dude, 2D platformers are goated, but we're not talking about 2D platformers on a Switch. We're not talking Super Mario Bros. Like new Super Mario Bros. Wii or Super Mario Bros. Wonder. We're talking GBA.
Yeah, it's Yoshi's Island on the GBA.
Yoshi's Island can be played on the 3D.
If someone gave me that or Equestria, dude, I'm taking that, dude.
But there's a reason why the 3DS is in GOAT tier and the VR sets are not going above GOAT tier because there's you can't beat Super Mario, Bros on the 3DS. It's a great 2D platformer, but it's beaten GBA. It's black and white too. It's not even color.
No, it's color.
It's black and white.
It just doesn't have a backlit. Or a backlight.
Is Game Boy Advance color?
The Game Boy Advance is colored.
Okay, Game Boy Advance color. Fair enough.
Yeah. It just doesn't have a backlight.
That one. I was wrong. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't have backlight. That was my bad. But still, I would much rather play that.
It's so much better.
Yeah, thanks, Leno. Yeah. But no, like I mean, dude, I've sunk probably close to a dozen hours and stuff now, and I'm still have so much more to do in Walkabout Mini Golf. I'm playing a fucking mini golf game in VR. I would so much rather play that.
Bro has never experienced Mario and Luigi's Superstar Saga. That shit took up half my childhood, and I'm still going back to it because it's so much fun. I just think I think I've had more fun with the GBA than I have with VR. I'm basing this off of how much fun.
No, but that's fair. Yeah, but you're basing it off of nostalgia. I'm basing it off of literally everything. Or fun, whatever.
Just fun.
It's same thing because it's your personal fun, right? I'm basing it off of as much as I possibly can. Like the games, the experience, like everything about it. It's significantly better. It is.
How many GBAs could I buy for the price of a Quest 3?
Maybe 2. Maybe. And that's because they're old consoles and they're coveted by collectors. That's it.
They were mass produced, though. There's so many of them. They're like the Wii. They were coveted, but there's so many of them.
100%. Lano says Mario RPGs are ahead of their time. Low-key.
That is true, dude. They were the best games on those.
They're good. I'm not gonna lie. There's a reason why it's sitting in the category that it is, but it's not as good as VR. It's not.
I'm leaving this, and the person in your chat can vouch for me, so we're gonna leave it at that.
All right, fine. We'll leave it at
All
that.
right. Yeah, okay. Well, next one's gonna be
Wait,
the,
hold on. Wait. One more thing.
Huh?
Fuck you. Continue now. Okay.
all right. Hurt my
That's
feelings
it.
a wee bit.
That's all I want to say.
All
All right. Good.
Next one's
All
the
fun, all
NES
fun.
here. The good
NES.
old-fashioned
Good
original
old,
toaster
good
NES
old-fashioned
here.
NES. Well, I think while we do this one, we should be doing the SNES at the same time, and the conversation should be made: which is better, the NES or the SNES?
The SNES was better. What?
That's fine.
Huh?
Enough said.
I just find it weird how you say we have to do it both at the same time. Like, clearly the SNES was an improvement over the original NES. Up the graphics, the games were completely different. It had really good stuff. It even had the first 3D games to exist on a home console, of course.
Yeah, totally.
So,
But I mean, you love basing things off of nostalgia, apparently.
but
so
I'm not
it
that
can be
old, my
said.
guy. I was born in 2002, not 1997. Or no, I wasn't born in 1970, dude. It's not like I was 10
the
years
NES is
old.
way older than 1997.
Yeah, but it's not like I was 10 years old when the NES came out, and I'm sitting here right now with you going like, man, I remember that console like it was yesterday. I remember waking up on Saturday. What was happening? The Gulf War or something was happening, and there was nothing but time. And I just sat down and played Legend of Zelda. Like
Yeah,
that,
literally
I
Legend
didn't
of
grow up
Zelda,
with
the
it, my guy.
original. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. SNES definitely better than the NES for a number of reasons. I'm just bugging you because of your whole nostalgia trip.
Oh, the SNES I am nostalgic for because my great grandpa, every time I went to his house, he did have an SNES we used to play on constantly. So I do have memories of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
SNES.
But I'm wondering where we put this now because I don't
That's
think
what
it
I'm
was
looking at.
I don't think it was the greatest console, especially since some of its games were mostly just Mario, Duck Hunt, and Zelda. Like, no one was playing Kung Fu Fighters or whatever, or... They had a bunch of weird games coming out. Like, I remember they just had single names. What was it? Like, there was a karate game with it. There was dirt bike racing.
I couldn't tell you. I honestly have no clue. That would be in your own brain.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. No, Lano made a good point. I mean, he says SNES easily, but he says prime example is comparing NES Metroid to Super Metroid.
Yeah, no, Super Metroid
And if there isn't a better argument, I don't know what is.
NES is better.
I would say SNES better than Game Boy Advance SP, better than DS I'd put it above the Valve.
Oh, I would not put that above the Valve.
Bro, we are talking. I'm putting it above.
Man, I do love my SNES. I played A Link to the Past, Kirby's Avalanche, and Super Scope on that. But, dude, the Valve Index is another world console, man. It's like aliens gave us the technology to make it.
Bro, you're taking literally the same argument and you're saying VR is better than this.
This VR is.
VR. Bullshit! You cannot say that the Valve and the Meta are not basically the same thing. Besides a little bit of few graphical
differences. The Index is
and yet
so much better with sound tracking.
You are full of shit. Oh my gosh.
The Index is another world of console. The Quest is just another VR headset that every company has made for the last 10 years.
Mega Man X, Earthbound, Secrets of Mana.
Oh, it's
DK
got
Country
fantastic 2. Games. It's got one of the best games of all time. But man, like these graphical updates are insane, dude. You have not experienced anything until you have played a hentai foot massaging game on VR in an Index.
Oh my gosh, you are such a fucking hypocrite, you know that?
You haven't, because the Quest is just an underpowered, overpriced piece of shit. And the Valve is an incredible experience worth every penny.
So you're telling me that one of the a console that has not one but multiple games that are regarded as some of the greatest games ever made. The fact that I'm not putting this in goated tier is a conversation,
Actually,
but
that
I'm
might
keeping
be
it realistic.
true.
He has the greatest games ever made, and just because you have a
right,
rock hard platinum dick for this,
Because you've never experienced.
hentai
Once you do
graphics and
experience an
stuff.
index, dude, you'll go like, oh my god, I get it. All
I
the
would
time.
rather
All right.
be in a VR headset
There will
than
be
play a Game Boy
one
Advance.
reason I will put this in GOAT behind the 3DS, and that's it. Was Super Castlevania 4 made for this console?
Super Castlevania 4?
Yeah, it was Castlevania 4, it's called Super Castlevania. If it was, I'll put this in GOAT easily, because that is one of the greatest games ever created.
The fact that that's the one that's making you, instead of like Super Metroid or like
Well,
A Link to
dude,
the Past.
Castlevania 4 is like Super Metroid on roids.
Don't you disrespect Super
Like-
Metroids.
Castlevania 4 was insane. Like, both are way too high. I cannot give them both enough praise.
Yes, it was made for the
Castlevania 4.
SNES.
All right, we'll put it in GOAT.
Full of shit. Oh my god.
Yeah. Because that game is insane. Music was top tier. True. I didn't know, because Castlevania, I was wondering if that was made for the
Yeah,
Sega
everything
Saturn.
you're saying, Lano, I agree with you 100%. Everything you're saying, I agree with you. This guy's fucking crazy.
I think
This-
that
this-
game is that good that I would put it there. And
Yeah,
of course,
that's
Super
where
Metroid.
it belongs. It belongs above that VR headset. It does.
VR headset's still topping though. Epic, dude. You gotta experience it, man. You gotta come over sometime and play it, and then
I
you'll
will give it a
understand
shot. I will give it a shot, and I'm sure it will be fantastic. And you know what? It will be better than the Game Boy Advance, just like the MetaQuest is.
Well, of course it's better than the Game Boy Advance. Look at our ranking here.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
What's the next console?
the NES. We still haven't ranked
Oh,
that.
the original
That
NES.
was what we were
I would
supposed to be
put,
talking about.
Yo, moving on. I would put the NES. I'd put NES in best above the Game Boy Advance.
I agree with that placement. I think that's a good thing. It was way better than the Atari and way better than the Game Boy. It's full color, great games. It was good.
No. I mean above Game Boy Advance. That's where I'd put it.
Really? Again, above
Yeah.
the Game Boy Advanced.
I would put it above Game Boy Advance. It doesn't beat the MetaQuest because again, I'm still picturing MetaQuest moved over 2 spaces to the fucking left.
I'm sorry, man. You have one
but
guy
I
in
think-
the chat there voting for it, just like he did with that damn DSi.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
I
you
think
have to take one.
NES goes above Game Boy Advance because the games are just like they were incredible. They really were, and I'd much rather at the end of the day sit down and play those games in front of a TV than have a handheld device in my hands. That's just
Okay, but most of those games on the NES were remastered on the Game Boy Advanced. Or most of the NES games were remade on the Game Boy. A lot of them
sure,
were.
yeah, but the screen is the size of like my fingers.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's a pocket game. Imagine
Yeah.
like telling someone
would-
during the NES era that you could take Super Mario Bros. 3 anywhere you go. Dude, they shit themselves.
Oh,
and
yeah, absolutely,
It's in
and
full
it was
color,
amazing.
and it looks fantastic. It's got a graphical update to them. Same
But
with
I'm talking
Super Mario
about
Advance
now.
4.
I'm talking about now. I would
Now,
rather
I would
sit down
totally
and
do this
play Super Mario
because-
Bros. 3 on the NES.
I would choose a Game Boy Advance because the NES is actually, they're horribly built consoles. They die constantly. They're actually one of the hardest consoles to keep around. And the chances of getting one and playing one are astronomically low.
That is true. Yeah, I guess that's another reason why the SNES is such a massive improvement.
Yeah, it's because
Um,
that thing didn't die constantly.
Because the NES is hard. There's like even the video game stores that I've been to, they have a bunch of NES games, no consoles.
Yeah, because they
No
broke down
console.
constantly. You'd have to get them specially repaired. So, at least with the Game Boy Advance, dude, that thing didn't break. You could drown it, put it through a septic tank, take it out, eat it, digest it all over again, crack it with a giant excavator, launch it to the moon, have Goku destroy it, bring it back, dude. It's like, oh, little bit of glue there. It reminded me of the what the hell were those indestructible phones?
Nokia's.
Nokia's, yeah. It reminded me of Nokia's. These things were bricks.
All right, fine. You have me with that.
Okay.
With its lifespan, I will leave it where it's been placed above the Game Boy.
Okay. Perfect. Next is the new 3DS XL. Because you had a lot to say about this one, and we weren't even ranking it.
I know. New 3DS XL exclusive games. I'm gonna take a quick look at the exclusive games.
What was there? I swear there was like 2 games that came out for it, and nothing else.
New 3DS exclusive games. Exclusive meaning not available for the OG 3DS.
Mm-hmm.
Binding of Isaac Rebirth was on it.
That was a PC game.
Minecraft, the new DS edition was on it. There's a Fire Emblem Warriors, a few other random ones. There were SNES Virtual Console games that were also exclusive to the new 3DS. And I think this right here is going to basically make my entire argument. When the stores were closing for all the DSs and stuff and the 3DSs, I went on a little bit of a shopping spree to try and pick up a few more games that I absolutely wanted to play on their dedicated consoles before they were gone forever. And the problem is that a number of the games that I wanted to play on my 3DS were not available to buy because they were only exclusive to the new 3DS. Those games were games like Super Metroid, Super Mario Kart, Super Castlevania 4, Mega Man 7, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, 3, F-Zero, Earthbound, Castlevania Dracula X. And the list just goes on. There were so many games that I wanted to buy, and I couldn't. Why? Because they decided to change the console a little bit, and they told me that you couldn't fucking run it on the original. When that's absolutely ridiculous. It shouldn't have. It shouldn't have happened at the end of its lifespan. It should not have happened.
Yeah, the Switch is only a year away, and they decided to drop a brand new console that could not, the older stuff couldn't play the newer games. It was such a terribly put out console.
Yeah.
And it wasn't it was
no.
a system seller either. They put out just shit, just random shit.
Yeah, there wasn't anything major that made you want to go out and buy this. It's not like they released a Mario game that was only exclusive to this. It was just a bunch of random games that they kind of compiled together in order to... I don't even know what the reason is to sell this console and stuff out to people at the end of the 3DS's lifespan. But it just, that in and of itself kind of makes me mad. Mm-hmm. That being said, it's the same thing as a 3DS. It can play all of those other 3DS games. So it still has great games. It's good. But when you're judging it based off of the fact of the way that it was released, I would put it in best, and I would put it in between the two MetaQuests.
Really? I would put this shit in mediocre, man.
Mediocre?
Yeah,
I'm still wanting to base it off of the games. Because if someone jumps into it now and they go buy a console, go buy a new 3DS. Absolutely. Go buy one now.
I just think it was a horrible plan because they locked the games behind this new... for someone like me, when I bought a 3DS and they introduced this new 3DS, I had to basically buy a brand new DS at that time, which I was a kid, I couldn't afford. So they basically said, great, we're releasing all these new games, and you can't play them. Just a big old fuck you. And that's what a lot of people felt, is they had these DSs that just couldn't play new games.
Yeah, and to be fair, there wasn't a lot of new games.
That too.
It really wasn't.
The new games that you wanted to play, we didn't have as well. But let's say you did want to play them, then you'd have to buy a brand new console that... Remember, it only lasted a couple years because the Switch came out later.
That's the thing, yeah. So like if it had like that's what I'm saying. If it had a Mario game or a Zelda game like Breath of the Wild that was only exclusive to that, you couldn't play it on the original 3DS, you had to get a new 3DS to play it on there, then absolutely put it in mediocre. But the fact that there wasn't really a lot of new games to sell that, besides my own personal experience of dealing with the Virtual Console SNES games, it still is basically a 3DS. And if someone nowadays is going to buy a 3DS to play games because they're feeling nostalgic or they had one when they was a kid or they want to try something new, buy this console because it's still a great console. So I still think that it should go in best between the two headsets.
Oh, sure, I'll put it there. I just remember being pissed as hell at this console.
I'm pissed too.
But if you say
But
so, 'cause
now
yeah, it's true. If you really want to get the full 3D experience with the DS there, yeah, pick
That's
this one
one to
up
go
because
for.
then you get everything.
Yeah. So no, that's why. Like otherwise, if it had games that were so damn good, and they released a new Mario platformer or a new Zelda game or something, and they marketed this really well and they put effort into it, and they didn't just release it at the end of its lifespan right before the Switch, I'd put this in Epic. Honestly, I think that's where it deserves. Honestly, it'd be better than the 3DS because it would be the premier way to play it.
Yeah, I feel
but
like
because
they
of
should've
all
done-
that, it drops 2 tiers. I
They
don't
should've
think it
done
drops
the,
to mediocre.
They should have done the 3DS and then the new 3DS XL instead of
Yeah.
waiting all this time. Like that could have been
Yeah.
reasonable.
100%. So yeah, I think that's where it goes, but I'm good with that placement.
I'm not gonna complain about it. So next is the Apple Vision Pro.
All right, so let's just get this out of the way. Let's put this in worse than shit,
Oh.
below the Atari, but then we'll talk about it.
Okay, yeah, because this thing was a piece of shit.
Yeah. So why they released this for the cost? Let's get the exact number. I want the exact number. Apple Vision Pro.
Do the Canadian ones that if people ever
Canada,
watch this
Canada.
again, they're just gonna be like, "That's not how it was." Like, welcome to an expensive ass country.
Yeah, Apple Vision Pro. This is loading.
Do they still sell it?
Buy. Oh yeah, they still sell it totally.
I'm still buying this stuff, man.
So the base model. If you want a 256 gigabyte Apple Vision Pro, that basically is just a glorified computer. At that point, buy a fucking computer. Sit down at a chair, get a mouse and keyboard, and be a normal human being.
It can't even
For 2
run
seconds.
functional things like a computer, bro.
No.
It's like a
For a
tablet.
256 gigabyte headset, it's from $4,999.
5Gs.
if you want-
you say 5Gs.
5Gs. If you want a 512 gigabyte headset, it is from $52.99. And if you want a 1 terabyte, it is $5,599 in Canada. Starting price. Because you can add Apple Care Plus for $700.
I can build a 16-core Ryzen 9. I could build a 32-core Threadripper with a RTX 4090 and like 500 gigs of RAM in that bitch. And 8
Dude, you could get
terabytes of-
two 4090s. You could get 2 and put them in there. It
Yeah.
wouldn't work, but you could theoretically still get
could
2.
do that.
It's ridiculous for the cost for fucking nothing. Nothing. It can play games. That's the reason why it's on this list. But for that cost, I would rather get an Atari 7800 or a 5200, sit down and play Miss Pac-Man on a shitty ass controller, than have to go into credit card debt for the next 75 years to play, I don't know, something that a VR headset 10 times cheaper than that
Ping-pong.
could play. Ping pong. Yeah.
Like this
Like,
is
ridiculous.
This is definitely the one thing where I think the MetaQuest 3 just wipes the floor with it for way less money, like astronomically way less money. You get a console.
astronaut.
Yeah, you get a headset with about as good as tracking as the Apple Vision Pro. It has better battery life, better tracking, more games. Like it could just do more shit, and you don't have to
Yep.
pull out 2 mortgages just to afford it.
2 more years. Yep, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So yeah, no, I think we've made our peace on that. But yeah, that's where it belongs. And that,
All right.
I just wanted to include that just for the sole purpose of that conversation.
All right, next we got the Oculus Rift S.
So, Oculus Rift S.
Yeah. So this
How
was
does this
the-
differentiate itself from the Index?
It was a lot less powerful version. So the Index is way, way above this time. This was released back in like I think 2017 or 2021 or sorry 2022 or something. It's brand spanking new. The Rift S is an older one from I think 2015, 2016.
2019.
The Rift S.
The Rift S.
The Rift S was in 2019. Never mind. Sorry.
March 20th.
The one I have is like
2019.
all beatered and batted up right now. Like it's just in bad shape, so I feel like it's old. Anyway, 2019. When was the Index?
The Valve Index. Uh, 3 months after the Rift.
The Rift or the Rift S?
Rift S.
Oh, the Rift S. Okay, so they're pretty much the exact same then in terms. I just remember the Rift S was a lot cheaper, and it didn't run as good as the Index. But again, the Index came with massive sensors that you had to put through your room. What was cool about the Rift is it was a plug. You download whatever app you needed, and you played it. It's a very good VR. It's what I beat FNAF 2 Help Wanted on. It's not fancy.
Oculus Rift. Isn't that's are you sure that's Valve?
No, the Index is Valve. The Oculus Rift is Meta.
Yeah, because you kept saying Valve. I swear.
Yeah,
you
the
did,
the
but-
Index for Valve.
Okay. I must have just misunderstood then.
Yeah, no. Valve has the Index, Meta has the Rift S.
Yeah, because Oculus, like, that's what the Meta Quest was originally called.
Yeah, because
Oculus Quest.
Facebook owned Oculus, and then they switched it to Meta owning everything and switching all the names because they didn't want to be associated with Facebook. So they put everything under the Meta umbrella and started calling it all this stuff.
So the Oculus Rift S, how does it differentiate itself from the Meta Quest 1, 2, or 3?
Well, it's older. The technology isn't exactly there nowadays, but it's still solid. It still runs things at 60 FPS, 1080. It can run all your Steam games, Oculus games as well. It hooks up to your computer. So unlike the Quest, where it's just a completely portable console that you need to charge, you can hook this up to a computer. Like that's what it was built for. You can't run it wirelessly.
Right.
Yeah. But it didn't have those stands that the Index had. So it had a lot less tracking. But for the cost at the time, because it cost significantly less than an Index, it was a solid VR headset.
Okay, well, I would put it, the fact that it gets to play PC games and stuff, cheap. It's not as good. I would put it just a space above the MetaQuest 2 in best.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
I'd be good with that. Because, yeah, as much as, don't get me wrong, MetaQuest 2, that's the one that I played with Hyper. It's a great console. I love that it's wireless. But for me, I've always been a wired guy. I like, what that brings to the table. Because, you got shit like Ethernet and stuff. You got, that's automatically faster than Wi-Fi. So why wouldn't I want to have a VR headset that is tethered to something to allow for it to run faster, for it to give me better games? If the MetaQuest 2 ran the same way as that or as any other, tethered console, absolutely. I mean, it beats them all out of the water. Because
I think you
why
can
wouldn't you want
tether
to
the Quest 2 to a computer, if I recall. Like, I remember a whole thing where there was a link cable that you could buy, and you could hook it up to your... But the problem is, it cost like $100, and it was sold out. And you couldn't just use any regular... you could, but no one could find like a 30-foot USB Type-C cable.
yeah, true. Especially back then.
Yeah, so it was strange, but the Rift S, for what I remember, it was cheap, so a lot of people bought it, and it really got a majority of people into VR to begin with. Because the Index you'd buy if you had oodles of cash and was ready to blow on the most advanced VR headset. The Rift S is if you really wanted to play Beat Saber, you really want to play these games, you just get this, and it works. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the best experience, but it will do you good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm good with that then.
Okay. Next, we got the PlayStation TV. Yeah.
Okay. Let me Google this thing.
This could play the Lego Movie game. That's all I remember about it.
The PlayStation TV, abbreviated to PSTV, is a micro console and non-handheld variant for PlayStation Vita. It was released in Japan, Europe, and Australia.
Nothing about North America, huh? I swear I saw these things.
Oh, it did come to North America a little later.
Oh, okay.
A year later, in fact.
Oh.
Japan was November 14th, 2013. North America was October 14th, 2014.
Okay.
I
I really don't remember anyone using these.
I've heard of it, absolutely, but I never heard anyone talk about it because I don't know anybody that owns one.
Yeah, this is kind of indecisive. Like, I don't know, because I don't think it was the shittiest thing to ever exist, but I'm not putting it higher than mediocre, because it was a streaming box after all, and...
It's just a streaming box, and like at that point, buy the console. I think they tried to get ahead of themselves with the idea of streaming, because I mean, streaming nowadays, yeah, it's pristine, like it works like a dream a number of ways.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
At that point, I would rather just own a console. I really don't have much to say about this. I would put it in mediocre.
Mediocre? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
I'd put it above the Microsoft headset, though.
yeah, because at least some people I know did utilize this, and it worked, but no one ever talked about it. No one really gave a shit about it. And
Yeah.
it just.
I mean, it can still
existed.
play PlayStation games at the end of the day. So that's
Fair.
why I'd put it above that headset. But at that point, just buy another console. Just buy something else.
Yeah, just buy PS3. Does all the same shit. All right, now we're getting to these ones. The PS1 VR.
I'm so sorry. 1 second.
I'm putting this shit, the PS1 at least VR. I'm putting that in mediocre.
Hold on. Calm
Yeah.
yourself. Calm yourself.
This-
The PlayStation VR 1.
Yeah, the first one.
PlayStation's very first crack at VR.
Yeah.
And they released the following games: Blood and Truth, Astrobot Rescue Mission, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, Moss, Beat Saber, Iron Man VR, No Man's Sky, Ace Combat 7, Skyrim VR, Super Hot VR, Star Wars Squadrons, Concrete Genie, Tetris Effect. I could keep going. The list kind of goes on.
Now,
There were some banger games on this headset,
here's...
which I'm not done. I'm not done.
Okay, go on.
Which puts it above mediocre. However, I own one. I got one for $200.
Mm-hmm.
I got one for $200. In terms of how well my money has been spent in the past, it wasn't the worst way to spend the money. I have had a lot of fun with this headset. I've used it at parties. It's been a really, really good time. But the setup is abysmal. I despise the sheer amount of cables. The fact that you have to open an instruction manual, plug cable A into output A, cable B into output A on the other side so that it goes into output B. Output B then goes to your TV. Your TV then goes to the console, and your console has to have a camera plugged in so that the camera can track you. It's ridiculous. It is so dumb, which means I would put it below the NES. Above the NES in the best category for the games, but below every other VR headset for the setup alone.
All right. Here's why I would put it in mediocre.
Okay, let's hear it.
First, the controller tracking was abysmal. They were using PS3 controllers that were made like a fucking decade ago for the tracking. And there were so many complaints of how
You're talking about the wands, right?
Yeah, the little like ball wands that they had. They were so bad because they were like, we have all these things that no one bought for the PS3. Let's reutilize them for the PSVR. No one bought them then. No one bought this now. All those games you were talking about. Yeah, but they also released on the Rift S and the, not the Index, but the other one before that.
Oh, yeah, they did, which is why it's below those other VR headsets.
Yeah, so, but these VR headsets cost significantly less money than the PS VR. Especially
No, not at the time.
At the time, because you had to buy a console, because you couldn't just hook it up to a PC like normal. So you had to buy the PS4, and then you had to buy that, and then you'd have to buy the webcam for it, which I don't know if the webcam came with the VR.
It came with it.
Okay, and it also came with the wand. So you got a significantly worse product that had all the games that everyone else played for a lot more money.
The PSVR base price was $400 Canadian.
400 Canadian, and you need a PS4.
So keep that in mind. Yeah, keep that in mind. It was cheaper in the States.
Yeah, the States always, that's different.
I apologize. It was 400 US.
Mm-hmm. So you were basically buying a brand new PS4 for another VR headset. And I remember at launch, that thing had no games. Like, eventually it did receive games, but it was abysmal how it launched like that.
But it got quite a few. But most VR headsets start out that way. At least they did.
Yeah.
Unless they're coming off of Steam, because it's Steam library, but you can't compare PC to consoles.
Yeah, Steam and Meta, I guess Facebook then, or the Oculus, they had games, and they made sure to keep updating it with a plethora of games. PlayStation VR, remember, it being a huge joke, because no one bought it, because it was just way too overpriced. You couldn't play your PC games on it. VR just wasn't where it was like it is now, with all these companies trying to dive into it. I feel like it was way too early to the party.
I agree. It was too early to the party. I don't count the wands because you can play all those games with a DualShock 4. You don't need to use the
that
wands.
kind of defeats the purpose of VR then. Like, the whole point is you're supposed to immerse yourself. What's the point if I'm just using a controller then and I can like look around barely? Like,
I use a controller with some games. I don't use them for all, but I use a controller for some games. I don't mind it.
I would
it's
just play it on a TV at that point. Then I can look behind myself. Did you know you could do that on the TV? You just move the control stick behind you, and you could see behind you. At least in the VR, we use the wands. You could like move your hands and stuff, but the wands sucked ass because they would never actually track.
The wand tracking was terrible. It's bad. It still is. I still I've used them a few times and stuff, and I don't like it. I still go back and use the controller at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can't imagine putting it in a best. It was a really bad VR console at the time. That's just the PS1 too. The PS2 VR, that's a different story.
Well, yeah, we'll get to that. But I don't know. I just don't know how I feel about putting a VR headset below the fucking Game Boy Color and Atari.
I mean, these had pretty damn good games. They're nostalgic to a ton of people and had some of the greatest games ever created for them. While this thing was overpriced and a very bad product.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let it sit there.
Okay.
I'll let it stay mediocre.
All right. Next, we got the PSVR 2.
So, let me say why the PSVR should be in GOAT tier.
GOAT!
This is why. This is why.
Oh my god. Okay.
The first time I tried Vero's MetaQuest 2 about I want to say about 2-3 years ago now at New Year's. So I can't remember if it was New Year's 2022. It was. So it was December 31st, 2022. It was the first time I ever put a VR headset on. That was the first time.
Uh-huh.
And I put that on, and I was sick to my stomach because I suffer from motion sickness. I have it on boats, I have it in cars. It's not really nothing to do specifically with the VR, but yes, I do suffer from motion sickness with the VR. So I put it on, tried Beat Saber, was absolutely blown away. I couldn't believe that I'd been missing out on this for so long. I love VR. That is when a month later I went out and bought the PlayStation VR 1 for $200. Because it had dropped significantly in price.
You bought it for $200?
Yeah.
The PSVR 2.
No, the first one.
Oh, the first one. I'm sorry. I was looking at that. It's $750.
Yeah, no.
I was like, $200, bro. Bro stole it from the store.
Bro stole. Yeah, I wish I did, but no. That was the first one. And I've had a lot of fun with the first one. Don't get me wrong. And yes, like your points are fine. I think it should stay in mediocre. That's okay. But for me, it's much better than a number of those consoles in the best category. I've had so much fun with it. It's been a great console for me, and I've enjoyed it. Despite its downfalls, for $200, I think it's been absolutely fine.
But the 2.
Then the PSVR 2 came out, and I listened and I watched as every single person, reviewer, user said this is the way to experience VR right here. This is the best VR console on the market right now. For a number of reasons why. They listed, when it came down to comparing to cost, when it came down to comparing to the games at the time, when it came down to comparing to the looks, the headset itself, how you wore it, the controllers, everything. I was like, holy shit, I need to buy this console. And then the price came out, and it was $750 Canadian, just for the console, not including any games.
It was ridiculous.
So I was like, shit, I'm not going to be able to get this console. Only reason why I have it now is because, and I guess I can say it, Kayla's cousin was selling it out in BC because he used it one time and he just never touched it again. So it was basically brand new, and we got it. We split the cost. We got it for $500. So I paid $250. She paid $250. It was fine. And ever since I put that headset on, I'm like, holy shit, I never want to go back to PSVR 1.
All right, bro.
I still want to use that console because there's games on there that were not ported over that I'll go back and finish. But that is pretty much the only reason. I plugged this console in, I put it on. The eye tracking is incredible. The fact that it's tethered means that you're getting incredible visuals. It's basically like looking at my monitor. It's insane. The games that I've played are so much fun, and the haptic feedback in the controllers, it's the same reason why I bought a PS5. It's the same reason why the DualSense is the best controller ever made. It's the same reason why I wanted to be to play this console, is because of the technology that they've done to push this platform forward so that it slowly advances. Now, I'm disappointed with the fact that I feel like they've started to slowly abandon the console. There's still games releasing for it, really good games actually coming down the pipeline. I'm looking at like Skydance's Behemoth. I'm looking at Alien Rogue Incursion. They look incredible. I'm very excited to play those games. But all of that, this headset is just absolutely amazing. And there's no difficult setup. You plug it into the front of your console and you put the headset on. It has to prompt you through some menu stuff, but what headset doesn't? It just has to track your room. You have to kind of look around, calibrate everything, and then you're good to go. Every single VR headset does that. But the setup outside of the headset is extremely simple. You plug it in, That's it. It's all there is to it. I absolutely adore the fact that more games are starting to come out with crossplay, because then someone on a MetaQuest can play with me on a PSVR 2. So, and because that's what PSVR 1 didn't have, was multiplayer crossplay. It didn't have that. So PSVR 2 still looked at that as like, hey, we need to improve the multiplayer experience with this. How can we do that? Let's find some games that are willing to do that kind of stuff. So I can play Walkabout Mini Golf with Hyper while he's on his MetaQuest 2. I can play stuff like Demio. It's an amazing console. And with all of that being said, I think it goes below the SNES in GOAT tier.
I'm going to say this. If I can't put... Because all you said is exactly how I feel about the Index. And they are pretty similar, the exact same. If I can't put the Index in GOAT, you cannot put the PSVR in GOAT either. I think they should go side by side together. I'm willing to put it in high epic, but if you will not let me put the Index in GOAT like I wanted to, then you can't. Because everything you just said is exactly the same how I feel about the Index.
How much is the Valve?
Experience. The Valve Index?
Yeah.
Valve Index. Oh, not that. For a base Valve headset, it's $659.
A base Valve headset?
Yeah.
What does that get you?
That gets you the headset and the hands.
And the hands?
Yeah, or the controller, sorry. You don't get the special tracking that you do on the tops, but it does still have cameras on the front. You just don't get as good tracking.
Okay.
If you go through like the 1300, yeah, you get the tracking, you get the hand sensors as well as the goggles, but if you just want the original, it's about $650.
Yeah, so that means both of these consoles are basically the same cost.
Mm-hmm.
And they both require you to own a previous, or something else to run it. In the case of the Valve, it's a PC. In the case of the PSVR 2, it's a PS5.
Yeah.
PS5 is going to be significantly cheaper than a PC that's going to run the VR and run good games.
You can run a VR based on a $700 console. $700 PC, $700 console, they'll run the same thing.
The PS, well, yeah, I guess Canadian prices.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go off of American prices.
Yeah, no, let's not do that. It'll confuse me. I'll be like, $350, dude? What a steal! Why didn't I get a PS5 when it came out? It's like, oh, I wonder why. Yeah, like you can build a PS5 for about $750 for a PC.
PC.
Yeah, PC. You can build one.
Yeah, you said PS5.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. You could build a PC for about that much. And you can get the Index. It's they're the same thing, man.
Yeah, okay. I will agree. I mean, it's like I said, it's incredible, but I will put it in epic at the highest level.
Okay. I will put it side by side, man. But I cannot put it in GOAT if you won't let me put the Index there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I feel like GOAT status should be saved. So
yeah, it's special consoles.
I love this console. It really is incredible. But yeah, I'm fine with it being put in epic. It's fucking epic.
Yeah.
Needless to say.
All right. Next we got the PlayStation 1.
So the PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
Sony's very first console.
Yeah, and it had
December
a shit
3rd.
ton of support for it. I remember playing Crash Bandicoot, Spyro on that. That was actually the first console my family ever owned, was a PlayStation 1.
Wow, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, Crash Bandicoot and Spyro were the two best games that we played on it. It was epic.
Yeah.
I remember that thing so fondly. It was so great. It ended up dying on us, though, so we had to throw it out. But, man, those memories.
Yeah, December 3rd, 1994 was their first attempt. And I would say, honestly, it was a pretty damn good success. for what was to come. I think that console is really. Lano says Final Fantasy VII. That's all I gotta say.
The true,
Yeah.
it did have Final Fantasy VII. Too bad I ain't playing that, bro. Fucking Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, too bad it wasn't the Final Fantasy. Honestly,
Final.
Can you
Fantasy.
believe? Do you believe they've made 16 of those
Yeah,
just
they
for
each-
numbered releases?
They each keep overselling the last one, dude. So they're gonna keep making them.
Yeah,
Like
keep doing
in
it
Final
forever.
Fantasy VII, dude, do not talk negative about it, or your address is gonna get leaked and your head's gonna be on a pike. It's not gonna be a fun
I know.
time. Like,
So I think the PlayStation 1, in terms of its games, in terms of the success for the very first console that they released, I think it goes highest tier in best.
I think so too. To be honest, man, I still want to put this behind the Game Boy Advanced.
No, let's not get crazy. Let's not get crazy.
Crazy. Well,
Unless there is an actual legitimate reason that you can sell to me why the Game Boy Advance is better than the original PlayStation, it deserves to go above it.
I kind of feel like they're very even in terms, because I'm trying to think of good reasons. There's no good or bad reason I can put for either of them to go above each other.
It's a handheld.
It's a
That's enough for
handheld.
me
Yeah,
to
it's a
say it
great
goes below it.
handheld. What? Just because it's a handheld, it goes below? I mean, the DS is handheld. Should that go below mediocre?
DS was how many years later and had significantly improved games.
This was 2000. This is like 2000. These are only 4 years apart or something. It wasn't that far apart.
What do you mean? What was?
Are you talking the PS1 and GBA?
Yeah, the PS1 and the GBA.
Oh, that was
were
6
around the
years
same time.
apart. 2000.
Yeah, the
and
DS.
1994.
Yeah, the DS was significantly newer and had
Hmm.
much improved games in comparison. Like I might not like Final Fantasy VII, but Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 1.
Oh, Bro City didn't
People-
like Final Fantasy. It's all over. Wow. It was
Yeah,
nice being your friend, but you know, I guess all our stories have to come to an end eventually, man.
I mean, geez, you got Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1.
You don't say-
Like this console for people is
Okay.
like it's nostalgic for a reason.
Yeah.
It is above GBA.
I do remember though the problem with this console was there was so much bloatware to it. Like a lot of games released, and unlike Nintendo fans, where Nintendo fans would usually say, you know, Super Metroid was my favorite, a Mario or a Zelda game, Sony fans had such different reactions. Like they all grew up with different games. No one ever said that this game was my favorite, and every PlayStation fan agreed.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
totally.
a very different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could put it in best still.
Oh, cool. What's the next one?
The N64.
N64. Oh my god.
I loathe this console. It had great games, but I tried to beat Majora's Mask on it, thinking that it would have like similar graphics to when I played it on the Wii Virtual Console. Nah, dude, those graphics are ass. They are shit. They are some of the worst graphics I've ever played with. I can't go back to it. It actually sucks so hard.
Yeah, it's not great.
Like, if you ever play Majora's Mask, play it on a Wii Virtual Console or emulate it. Do not play it on the N64 version. I beg anyone watching. What's up, Vero?
Yeah, that's why Majora's Mask
We're
is
getting
better on the 3DS than it is on the N64.
But it's still better on the Wii and GameCube than it is on the 3DS.
Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Mario Party, F-Zero X, etc. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but it had amazing games. Like, you're talking Mario 64, one of the most revolutionary games of all time was on it. Like, but it looked like ass. It looked like shit. It looked like dookie crap.
I would put it N64. I would put it above the NES.
You know what? I feel like that's a good thing. It had better games than the NES, but man, the graphics just... I understand it was early for the time, but they were just garbage. I cannot look at them the same way. It just looks like ass.
There is one particular NES.
3G gonna give it some heat. We're gonna get to the Xbox. I have quite a bit to say about the Xbox.
Yeah, there's an N64 that I'm hoping to get one day. It is an N64 jungle translucent green console that comes with DK64. It's a set.
Fancy, are we?
On eBay, it's going for about $1,000. I found it cheaper elsewhere. I'm not going to say where because I don't want anyone to take it from me because I know for a fact that it is still there.
And dog, you could probably just hydro dip a N64 for $40 if you really wanted to.
I really want this console.
$1,000
The
to
N64
get me a
brands were
new
crazy.
gun,
Agreed.
man. That is a shit ton of money.
Yeah, no, Lano, I agree.
Oh.
The variants were crazy. I honestly wish that consoles nowadays would do stuff like that. Like, it was so unique. The fact that they would take a console and just like, boom, you want a translucent green console? It's done. It's right there.
Like
but nowadays, it's just, oh, you want different colored plates? Yeah, go spend $70 so you can swap your plates out. Like,
yeah, and they will only come in black and white, or like dark pink. No, like unless that thing had like DK's ass cheeks just hanging out or something, $1,000 is a lot, man. But
it's a lot. That's why I'm not spending
it.
it for $1,000, but I found it for cheaper, which is why I want to get it.
They also had like the Pikachu ones. Like the N64 had some of the best colors and patterns and designs for a console ever.
It was an age of Nintendo where, I mean, yeah, like I get it, the graphics weren't the best, but it was so vibrant. Like it's just, I don't know, like it looked like I wish I could have grown up with that in that era kind of thing. Like that would be the one that I would pick, honestly. So yeah, I think it's fine where it's at because I don't think SNES is obviously significantly better, and so are the other consoles that we've named so far. But I'd still put it there because I think it deserves it for its games and for its like I don't know, just the vibes that it gives off, at least for me. That's how I feel.
It was definitely a pretty decent console, not gonna lie.
I'm sorry, is Vero in your chat right now?
Yeah, he's in my chat.
Wow. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, he's saying we gotta give Xbox some justice, which we'll get there, but man, some of the stuff is gonna be heated. That and
Can't even tell you the last time he joined my stream, but no
he's lurking, bro. He's lurking.
No lurker.
He's like me, bro, dude. Like I don't text in your stream. You don't know. I'm always lurking. I'm actually right behind you. I'm in his vents.
Okay. All right, what's the next one?
I'm a YouTube guy. Yeah, he's a YouTube guy, dude. He ain't on Twitch. That's cringe. The next is the Ouya. The fucking Ouya. Like, man, that. You owned one. You owned one.
I owned one. All right, so I think the Ouya should be placed in the shit category.
No shit, huh?
Yeah. I think it should be placed in the shit category. I think it should be placed at the highest level in the shit category.
Really? Above the Apple Vision Pro?
Oh, high above. No. I'm saying the second category, not the bottom, the second category.
This is really, you think it's better than even the shit Atari ones? Because I'm sorry, at least these could play games correctly.
Well, yeah, I'll get to it.
Okay. You know, he owned one, so this is his opinion. I have no comment on this.
Yeah, no, I think it should be put at level 1 for this was shit. The controller wasn't extremely comfortable. It did, yeah. Lano says it has a touchpad. It did have a touchpad. I think that was honestly kind of cool. It had a touchpad.
What?
It had a touchpad. You could, like, in the middle of the thing, you could move a mouse around.
Just
on
like
the
PS4 and 5, right? It had like
Yep.
Why?
Exactly.
For what game? Even the PS4 couldn't utilize it, let alone the Ouya.
I'm not entirely sure for what game, but because the Ouya was used for other purposes outside of games.
You could
right?
just stroke it, as it's all it was meant for.
So, yeah, they had a touchpad. The controller was extremely comfortable. The fact that the handles of the controller. You held either side of it, and you could pop both the plates off, and that's where the batteries were sitting at and stuff like it. Like it didn't like you couldn't flip the controller over and have to unscrew something. It just had a nice little like click and release kind of thing. Honestly, in terms of controllers, pretty damn cool. I like this controller. It had no games. It doesn't have games. I actually would be curious. Ouya games.
It had Tetris version 82, and you could only play it for 30 minutes off of subscription off Ouya Plus. That's what I'm imagining this thing. Like it was a shit stream box. I know Scott the Waz did a review on it. It's been a while since I've seen it, but he was just it was so cheap, and because of all the stuff was shut down, you can't use it anymore.
Yeah.
So it's just failed thing. Although it was the largest Kickstarter of all time, got like $7 million. Like it blew up for nothing.
Yeah, in July 2013, Ouya announced the Free the Games Fund, a scheme to help fund developers where Ouya would match any Kickstarter campaign if a minimum target of $50,000 was reached, and provided the game remained Ouya exclusive for 6 months. Suspicions were raised concerning the first 2 games to reach the target. Commentators noticed the small number of backers, each pledging a high value amount, the large number of those who had never backed a project before, as well as the use of duplicate names and avatars that included those of celebrities. This led some to suggest that the projects were artificially inflating their project's backing in order to receive extra money from Ouya. So it didn't really go well. It has no games.
Bro.
It has a game called VVVVVV, which is a pretty insane platformer, 2D platformer. It's considered to be actually one of the best and most difficult ones. So that's kind of interesting that was on there.
Name
but in terms
5
of other ones,
people who owned one. You were the first person I've ever even heard owning one. And the other ones are YouTubers who had to buy them secondhand and destroyed them for years.
Well, I guess oh shit, it had Party Golf on it. That's hilarious.
Oh, it had Party Golf. Oh, we should have bought millions of them, bro.
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Come on.
I wish I could play Party Golf on my Ouya today.
Play on anything else.
But excuse me. I did actually know a number of people who own them, and this was the main reason why the Ouya was what it was, is because it was used as a TV box. It was used to pirate movies and TV shows. That's what I used it for. That's why my dad had it. And don't worry, it was, I mean, I say pirate, but it was 100% legal, so nothing anybody can do about it, especially now, honestly.
No RCMP officers kicking down your door saying you pirated off of an Ouya back in 2012. I don't know when this thing came out.
It's a while ago, 2013, I think it was.
Jeez.
Dead. I can't remember. But yeah, so I would put it had a couple of cool games. The controller was really nice. That's why I put it above those other ones. Mm-hmm. And I can see what they were trying to do. It was an interesting way to try and start off streaming games. It's just too bad it failed, honestly. Mm-hmm. I think it was one of those where it had the potential to go further, and it just didn't. So I would still put it above the 3 and worse than shit. I put it above the 2, and this was shit. That's where I'd place it.
All right. Let's go on to the next one then, the PS Vita. So this thing flopped heavily in North America, but in Japan it did insanely well and was one of the best-selling consoles there. Unfortunately, we didn't get another one here, which is a damn shame. Like, this was a really good console for the time. Touchscreen, had decent games, honestly, online, and it was a powerhouse. But
had really, really good games, and you could use the Vita as a second screen and play your PS4 games off the screen, which is basically what the PlayStation Portal can do now for the PS5. But it's purely a streaming device and doesn't have its own games, which is why the Vita is better than that.
Oh, yeah. But people would choose the 3DS over the Vita. That's why it sold horribly in North America, is people, you could get a 3DS for less than $100 here. In Canada, the Vita, you'd have to pay $250, $300. It was pretty damn expensive, so that's why it flopped here.
Ugh.
Just the prices and the competition against the 3DS. It's too stiff.
So in terms of where to put it, the games were incredible. It had yeah, as Lano said, it had so much potential.
It just
And I do see Sony announcing within the next year and a half to 2 years, announcing another portable console. I think they're going to release a Vita 2 or a different version of the PSP, something like that. It'd be Vita if it's going to be either of the two.
I wanted to discuss that with you later because I actually think the PS6 is going to be that portable console.
No, I don't think so.
We'll
and I already know
discuss that later. I do need to go. I know if we start that, dude, I'm not going to bed till 4 in the morning.
Yeah. No, I would put the Vita. I would put it. I'd put it above the SNES, honestly. I think it's a goated console.
Goated.
I think it deserves that respect. It really was incredible. There's not really many faults with it. That's the thing.
If we're bringing that up, I think the PSP would go in GOAT, but the Vita, I don't think would go. Like, don't get me wrong. It was an incredible console. It was just very expensive for the time, and it utilized a lot of stupid... Like you could stream it to your PS4, but no one did that. No one.
I know people that still do that to this day.
A $400 console, you could just buy a new controller. Just buy a controller, play split screen. No one would dare buy a Vita.
Why do people buy the PlayStation Portal?
No one buys that.
I know tons of people that have bought.
You're hanging around with really bad people. This is the reason Sony's making such shit decisions, is because people keep feeding them money for these garbage products.
I'll give the PlayStation Portal props. Besides the fact that a lot of people were really upset over the fact that it didn't have its own games, a lot of people are really impressed by the fact that you can take it anywhere and play your PS5 games.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you have like decent internet connection to some degree, it works. And I know people who use it basically every day, and they love it. I saw a guy playing it at a liquor store down the street. I saw a guy playing it at a liquor store down the street from my house.
Mm-hmm.
He was using a PlayStation Portal.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been doing that. What Sony should have done is released something like the Steam Deck, where you could actually take it, play offline games. You don't need an internet connection. Because God forbid that man wants to play it on the bus. It's over for him. He would have to do a hotspot, send like $1 trillion. So I don't like it. I don't want to put this in GOAT just because... Yeah, it didn't leave an impact like the PSP did. And this is in North America. I understand it did really well in Japan.
Let me speak from someone who was involved in the PlayStation.
Japan had different games than North America. Japan gets all the cool games. They get all the cool anime games and all the RPGs. So of course it sells well here. Here, it didn't have any of those games. They were good, don't get me wrong. But I feel like it just didn't leave an impact like something like the PSP did. That thing was insane. I just don't think it should go on GOAT.
Well, and I'll say what Lano said in a second, but from someone who is heavily involved in a number of very large PlayStation communities, I'm in a number of different places when it comes to PlayStation. I listen to this news all the time. I talk with people who talk about PlayStation.
Always just
critics who are involved with PlayStation. If any of the two consoles talked about the most, it's the Vita. I never hear anyone bring up the PSP. These are people who have been involved in PlayStation.
The only time I ever hear the Vita announced is when people say, "Oh yeah, it failed in North America." That's it.
It did not do as well in North America.
No,
it didn't.
But the PSP, when it comes out, because the PSP was so good when it first came out, it had 3D games. It was basically a way better version of the DS, like infinitely better. The Lego games looked as realistic as they did on consoles. They had things like Kingdom Hearts that you could get on there, and Little Big Planet, some of the PlayStation ones that were coming over to the PSP for the first time. And that was the majority of what people grew up on. Now, when the Vita came out, people didn't think of it as a new console. They thought, oh, I already have a PlayStation Portable. Why do I need to get a Vita? It was the same reason why the Wii U didn't do good. It was because people said, I already have a Wii. Why do I need a Wii U? Even if they were completely different consoles. So the marketing they didn't do a very good job as setting it apart from the PSP.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Mhm.
It did have good games. I still don't know
Yeah,
if I would rate
but-
PSP above the Vita. But I will say what Lano's saying in my chat real quick. He said he'd put the PSP and Vita in GOAT, both of them.
I would agree with the PSP, but just not the Vita.
He said PSP was a portable PS2 and the DS was a portable N64, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. That's why the PSP was so insane. It was just, it had better quality than anything Nintendo could put out at the time.
Yeah. Well, Lano, I'm curious then if you think both PSP and Vita should be in GOAT, which one is better? I'd like to know. I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, yeah, PSP has great games. I don't disagree with that. It's just I don't know.
Well, I don't
Look,
disagree that the PS
looking at
Vita
the two
has
consoles-
bad games. Like, it had great games, but it just didn't do enough to differentiate itself from the PSP. So it flopped.
Okay. Well, how about this? We'll do the, since we talked about the PSP here a little bit, let's put the PSP above the SNES in GOAT,
Hmm.
and we'll put the Vita right behind it.
Sure, I could live with that.
And the Vita is able to emulate like crazy. Yeah, 100%. It
Yeah,
is.
that is true. The Vita had so much tech. Like, you could do a lot with that shit. It was pretty much
It
a
was pretty
phone.
good.
I think it actually could take phone calls too, if I remember.
That I wouldn't know.
I
I'm not
thought
familiar with that.
I thought it could do a bunch of crazy stuff. Like, I don't know if this is true, but I think you might be able to put a SIM card in it. But
That
I'm
would be
not
pretty
sure.
funny, actually.
That would be, but that sounds like something the Vita could do. All right, next is the PS3.
The PS3.
Now, let me take my opinion on this first.
Go ahead.
I cannot put it above GOAT, or I can't put it in GOAT. And mostly because when it first launched, it was an abysmal console. It was garbage. It had no games, and it was priced at $700. $700 back in 2005. Which is like, unheard of. That is way too much. And it was packed full of stuff. Don't get me wrong. The PS3 was the most powerful system ever. I think it actually blows even some things. Like the U.S. military has a supercomputer that's like 128...
It was 600, not 700.
600 back in 2005, though. That
is a lot of money.
That's a fuck ton of money. But the U.S. military has a bunch of PS3s that they put, and they use it as a supercomputer because the original PS3 was so damn powerful. But they just ruined themselves because they tried to do what... So Xbox at the time was launching the 360, and they realized that if they priced it that high, no one would buy their consoles. So what they did is they sold the Xbox 360 for less value to try to get people to buy more games for it and have a bigger install base. And that's actually what consoles do now. They don't make money off of the consoles themselves anymore because of what Sony did here. They tried to make their money off the PS3 by pricing it so high so that they could make a little bit left. In return, no one bought it. But at the very end of its life cycle, when it was clearly losing to Xbox, they eventually decided to cut all of that stuff out, release a version that was a slim that was competing with the Xbox, and they released banger after banger games. Like The Last of Us in and of itself, they released at the almost end of its life cycle, and it just sold PS3s like non-stop. Yes, you got the original PS3s like the Ratchet and Clank games, Jak and Daxter, God of War, Sackboy, Uncharted. Like, you had all the original PS3 games that we just take for granted nowadays. That those kickstarted the series. But they did that shit way
Resistance,
too late.
Killzone, Infamous.
Yeah, all those games. Like, the PS3 had better games than the Xbox 360. By far. But it took them so fucking long to do that, and they lost out on so much sales because they decided, let's make this super expensive console that no one utilizes. Like, that bitch had 4 SD card slots. In what fucking world are you having a console with 4 SD card slots? For what purpose?
Yeah, Lano, some of them were. Not all, because Last of Us was 2013. Uncharted, first one, yeah, but the second and third were kind of later on in life. So, yeah, some of them were, but some of them weren't. Yeah, no, that's fair. If I'm going off of pure nostalgia, this goes above every single console we have on the list so far for me. I absolutely love this console. I love the games. This console basically kicked off my love for video games, and I have my original PS3. It did die. I plan on getting it fixed at
Hold
some
on,
point.
what this guy say? I don't care about The Last of Us? Like, I know it's the replay value on his shit, dude, but it's a game changer. Like, dog, why would you say that? I think Last of Us probably saved the PS3.
I think The Last of Us saved PlayStation, period.
Yeah, like, dog, even me as a professional D1 hater of PlayStation can even acknowledge that was too phenomenal of a game to say that you don't care about it.
Yeah, that's crazy, Lano. That's a crazy opinion. I'm
I
not
don't trust
gonna
your
lie.
opinions on anything no more, bro. You've lost my respect.
Man. Oh, wow, holy shit. No, that's where I'd place it. But it had a number of issues at launch. It did.
Mhm.
And it also has a current issue, and this is the reason why I'm going to rank it where I am. Because I think between the two of us, I probably have the most experience with it.
Yeah.
The problem with PlayStation 3 is the way that they designed the software itself. It basically locked every single game to that console. You can't port them. The only way that you're able to play PS3 games on PS5 is by streaming them. There's a bunch of technical shit I won't get into because it's too complicated really for me to try and explain. It's dumb. There are reasons why they fucked up like when they made it, and that basically screwed them in the future for when they wanted to do shit like this. So as cool as it is to see some of those PS3 games get brought over to the PS5, like Sly Cooper, the first one, just got added to the PS5 library, and that's awesome. I think that's great. That's a beloved franchise. I wish they'd make a new one. I don't know why they don't. But
Sly 2
you're only
too epic, dude. They
Yeah,
can't
you're
let him go.
you were only able to stream a number of PS3 games. Now, granted, this one, because it was available on other consoles, it got a full-blown PS4, PS5 release. But any games that are exclusive to PS3, it can only be streamed, and that's really disheartening. So, and the other reason why I would put it in that status is because out of every single console on this list, the original PS3 is the best-looking console out of all of them.
Oh, it looked fantastic. Too bad it had a
looks-
damn near $1,000 in today's money price tag
Yeah.
on it.
It looks
You know what?
so fucking cool.
I gotta take a lot of what I said because I was gonna rank the Xbox 360 in goated tier, but then I realized all the arguments I made about the PS3 can still apply to the Xbox 360 because you all remember the Red Ring of Death, the fat box, the side hard drive that they had. It was also a shit launch, but it was cheap is the difference.
I would
What?
put the PS3 above the PSVR 2.
I'd put it in goated, to be honest. Like, if you really like it that much, man, like, I'd put it about right there. Behind the 3DS in terms of goated
On the
status.
3DS above the Vita and the PSP.
Yeah. Just because that console, man, it had some bad starts, but my god, did it
I guess, yeah,
end
looking at it now.
beautifully.
I mean, I still play it. I mean, the fact that how many
Like-
years later, I just booted up my PS3 5 days ago to play God of War 2005.
Yeah, like-
I,
The games are still holding up to this day. It's not like you go
Yeah.
back, like with me with the N64, when I go back to Majora's Mask, and I'm like, dog, there's no way I thought this looked good. The PS3, dude, oh, it holds up. It holds
it
up.
holds up. It really does hold up. Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. I think I've said enough about it. I'm good to move on.
All right. PS4 next. We're getting all the PlayStation consoles.
The PlayStation 4.
Now, this is the one console I did own throughout its entire lifespan, so, like, I have as much experience with it as you do.
Yeah. So the PlayStation 4, I remember the day it released, like the back of my hand. I asked for it for Christmas. My parents said no. I asked for it for my birthday the next year. They said no. I asked for it for the following Christmases and birthdays for the next 7 years. I did not get it. This is a part of my childhood I'm not a big fan of. My parents did not like gaming at all. They thought it was a waste of time.
It is.
I feel like they went a little too hard in just completely banning it outright because, unfortunately, a lot of my friends were playing games and they were talking about all this shit. And, because it was hard enough, because I didn't go to school, to try and find things in common with a lot of these people, it made my life a little bit more difficult. I really wanted this console, and then a mutual friend of JP's and mine, he is one of my best friends. When I was going through a very depressive state in my life, the lowest I've ever been, for my 19th birthday, we went out for pierogies. Actually, nobody else showed up for my birthday. It was just him and my fiance, my girlfriend at the time. And so the three of us went out, got pierogies at my favorite food truck, and just hung out for a little bit. And then he's like, "Okay, I need to give you your gift now." And I was like, "Okay." And it's the only time I've been given a gift where Kayla actually recorded me and my reaction.
Oh, you had that recording?
Yeah, she's got the recording somewhere.
I do sometimes forget that Franson did give you that.
Yeah, and he went to the back of his truck, grabbed the box, put it in my hands, out of my eyes, and I just absolutely broke down, just tears. I have photos of like myself setting up the console that night, and I couldn't believe that I finally had my own console. It was my console, and it's one of my fondest memories. It was a sad time, but it was a lot of fun too. And I sat down.
PlayStation 4 out.
I got a PlayStation. I got a PS4 out of it, which was pretty cool.
That's one of the most talked about consoles at that time, man. It was wild. I remember all the debates there, everything.
Yeah, so that basically kicked off my career, like my career I call this, but yeah, my Twitch streaming and stuff, and my trophy hunting and stuff like that. That's more what I mean when I say career, is my trophy hunting and stuff like that. And now I'm looking at a library of 850 games across my PS4 and PS5 library, and I've played a really decent chunk of them, to be honest, considering how many games I have. But it has, we're talking about a remastered version of The Last of Us. We're talking about Bloodborne, one of the greatest games ever made. We're talking about Uncharted 4. And I know Lano's saying this in the chat. They did release a game called Knack. Some people don't like it. Some people do. I don't think it's actually all that bad.
I've never heard of that.
But honestly, look it up. It's pretty funny. You should look it up. But it, you have God of War 2018, The Last of Us Part 2, Ghost of Tsushima. This is where Sony, this is where PlayStation found its footing and realized, wow, if we make these single player games, we're gonna make a fucking killing.
We can make good games.
I know, right? And so I've omitted one in particular out of all the games that I've listed, because Spider-Man is one of my top 5 games of all time. And the fact that after years of waiting, I finally got to sit down and play that game, there will never, ever be a game that will compare to my just sheer enjoyment and the fun that I had finally getting to play a video game about my favorite character.
Bro has never played Plants vs. Zombies Game of the Year Edition. I guarantee you'll feel more happiness than ever playing that. You get to the final boss at the end, you'll feel happy. You'll feel pure joy for the first time.
But that's why I would put the PS4. I would actually put it in GOAT status. I would put it above all of them.
And
because
all
I
of them,
really don't think there's a console here that we've put so far where the games and the platform, I mean the sales alone, it sold 115
oh yeah,
million consoles.
it was one of the best selling consoles of all time. It had the
Yeah.
games, it had them things.
Yeah, they took the formula from
And
PS3 and they perfected it. I really don't think there's a console here that goes toe to toe
yeah,
with this.
they did
and
everything
wins.
perfect. I wasn't like him. You want to hear my PS4 story? I got a
Go for
PS4. I told my dad I would pay him back for it with my Christmas money, and we did that. It was on like a payment plan for my parents. I played COD. I played only COD Zombies on it. I didn't really explore many two games with it. Like there was occasionally like I played Spyro on it. Jesus, No Man's Sky when it first came out. God forbid anyone who played that. Like, I'm so sorry. Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare 2. Best game ever.
Pretty good game.
Honestly.
Pretty good game. I won't lie.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, but I just remember that was the console I played the most on. I remember like Zombie Chronicles, Infinite Warfare Zombies. Like I just stayed up constantly playing multiplayer for these games. I wasn't gaming as much as I did, but man, like I just had fun on my PlayStation. The same experience could have been had with an Xbox, I feel, where you had all your friends just playing the exact same game of COD day in and day out. But
Totally. Yeah, I totally agree.
the PS5,
Um,
or the PS4, I made most of my friends on there. It just, yeah, it was nice. I would totally put it above everything else. In terms of games, it had the best games ever. And yeah, nothing other will compare
Oh,
to
man.
it.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was a great console. I sold it though and got myself a PlayStation because PlayStation decided to put all their games on PC anyway, and well, I wanted to get really into streaming, so that's where we are now.
That's fair.
Even
That's
though I
fair.
don't stream anymore, I just make fucking anime reviews and shit. Man, maybe I shouldn't have sold my PS4.
No, you probably shouldn't have. Dude, I sent you that ad on Facebook for a
I
reason.
ain't doing that, man. I could just play Spider-Man on my PC now. It's too late, man.
Wait. Oh, man.
Next one, the PlayStation 2. I gotta put this one
Ah.
like goated too, man.
It's goated immediately. It's just as a matter of where it goes.
I think it's got to go behind the DS, but it's got to be. It's way better than the GameCube was, because at least you could play real CDs on this at a time where CD players were, or I guess DVD players. Sorry, DVD players were scarce and they were expensive. The PS2 could play games and it could play DVDs and was a fraction of the cost.
Yeah, it could. I mean, and it's the highest selling game or console of all time.
Mm-hmm. Because it
So-
had so many games. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. You had Spyro. You had the Crash Bandicoot series. God of War, was that?
God of War was PlayStation 2. Yep,
It
2005.
was, yes. Okay, so it did have all those
Gran
OG,
Turismo.
Yeah, it had all the OG PlayStation stuff that we love today, and it all started on the PS2.
Yeah, PS2 was also backwards compatible with the entire PS1 library. That's what Lano says.
Mhm.
That's
Like,
true.
There was so much shit crammed into it, and they even made a smaller version of it that could do all of that. Like, dude, have you seen that PS2, man? The PS2 Mini? That
Oh
shit's,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
that
Definitely.
big and could do all of it.
Okay, so I think this is one of the instances though where we're gonna look back at our tier list, and I think we might need to make a change, man.
Hmm.
If we're putting the PS2 above the GameCube,
Yeah.
do we put the PS3 below the GameCube?
The PS3?
Yeah.
Yeah. The GameCube
still
had
think
better
so?
games. Like, I love The Last of Us, don't get me wrong, but Melee...
I mean, but dude, we went on and on about how many games released for the PS3 and the fact that
we did, but how many
towards
games
the end of
released
its
for the
life
GameCube as well, dude? That had some of the greatest games of all time on it. Like Last of Us compared to Melee or Mario Sunshine even. I'm sorry, dude. Melee is a better game. The 1,000 Year Door release for that, that's one of my favorite games of all time. Even though
It
some
is.
people will say that the Super Paper Mario video just says otherwise. Shut up. I understand that's still better, but the GameCube was it definitely had some great games.
It does. It does. All right. Do you think it goes below the 3DS? Because I don't.
I think the DS is still even more goated. Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, GTA, Metal Gear 2, 3. Oh my god.
Hold on.
I think the PS2 and 4 definitely, but I just don't think the PS3. It did have a lot of issues, especially that the PS4 and PS2 never had those issues when starting out. They were just great consoles from start to finish. The PS3 struggled.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. The GameCube, yeah, the GameCube just made some weird fucking decisions, but didn't affect the game quality.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, I'm good with that then. Just a change I
Oof.
thought I'd bring up.
I'm gonna save this till later because that's gonna take a while.
Good call. What's the next one?
Sega Genesis.
Oh, the Sega Genesis. Going back in time.
Yeah, so this had what was that game called? Beast Slayers or some shit? I don't know. I wasn't familiar. I was a Nintendo kid like most people. I was not a Sega kid.
Oh, I think most people can say that they were. Let's see. Yeah, Golden Axe. NHL 94. One of the best NHL games ever.
It had Sonic the Hedgehog, 1, 2,
Kombat
and 3.
2, Streets of Rage, Castlevania
Oh,
Bloodline.
it had Golden Axe.
Yep, that's what I just said.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Monster Hunter World 4, or Monster Hunter 4, or Monster World 4. I literally am so dyslexic when it comes to that title.
forgot. Most people bought this because it had more buttons than the SNES at the time, so fighting games on it were favored.
Yes, that's why like Mortal Kombat 2 and stuff was so revered on this particular console.
Yeah. Like, it was definitely decent.
It doesn't have a lot of games, but the games that it does have, they are pretty good. I would put it at best. I would put it above the N64.
Yeah, I would. The graphics didn't shock me when going back to 16-bit games. 16-bit games just look a lot better. And it did have a lot of those really, really classic stuff. And I mean, this console is revered as one of the original consoles of all time. It was just it's classic.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
but
I think that's a fine
it didn't
placement.
break like the NES, and it had, like, the graphics just looked better, to be honest. They look smoother than an N64 with its choppiness.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, like, I can't put it any higher because, like you said, they had games, but none of them are really recognizable games that a lot of people grew up with.
Yeah, no, not a ton. I think it's just fine for the ones that it had, which makes it a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Next is the Sega Game Gear.
Sega Game Gear. I'm not as familiar with this one.
This thing had a lot of puzzle games on it, and it did have some Sonic games.
Sega Game Gear.
I would put it in mediocre.
365 games.
I just don't remember anyone ever owning a Sega Game Gear, because this was at a time where everyone was buying Game Boys, and Game Boys were cheaper, and it had a lot more first-party games. The Sega Game Gear was way more expensive. It was fully colored and backlit, but man, that thing was bulky. Like, I'm pretty sure it took 6 AA batteries or 8 AA batteries to run. Like, it was a beefy motherfucker. So, unlike the Game Boy, where you could just slide it in your pocket, and that was the whole gimmick of it, this one, you needed a backpack. You needed a goddamn fucking carriage to run this thing. It was heavy, bulky, and not portable.
Yeah, it definitely has it has a larger library. You know, are any of those games good? I'm sure a few of them, but
I'm
definitely
sure
less than half.
This console mostly had puzzle games, as far as I remember. It was like column games only. And of course, it did have the Sega game, like the Sonic games, but no one had it enough to talk about it.
Yeah, I'd put it at mediocre, probably above like PSTV or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that seems a good thing. All right, the next one is the Google Stadia.
Oh, the Stadia.
So my brother pre-ordered the Stadia, and he still has one.
he has his Stadia.
He does. He bought it and he was playing Destiny 2 on it. Now, as a streaming box, this thing works phenomenally because you just plug it into the back of your TV and it is a TV now. As a gaming console like they marketed it, good lord, they had nothing. Why would you want to play Destiny 2? A free-to-play game, first of all, so if you own a console, like, you can just play Destiny 2. You didn't have to pay for it.
No.
And then... But you stream it, and it was just shit!
I think the idea was so appealing to people at the time because everyone kind of saw gaming as like, I think we're moving away from having a box and just going towards the cloud and going towards streaming. But the problem is there are too many people, including myself, who just prefer that. I prefer to have a box. I prefer to have physical media, have my discs. I don't want to stream. I don't want to rely on Wi-Fi connectivity. I want to be able to play my games offline and not have to worry about that. So I think had this released maybe in another 10 years, I think it probably would have done better. But at the time, there was no shot that this thing was going to be successful. I called it from the beginning, and I watched it die. And one day I can tell my kids, yeah, there was this little console called the Google Stadia, and they'll be like, oh, what's that? And I get to be that old parent that gets to tell them about a console that I watched come and go because it was atrociously bad. I don't like it had a decent library. There were actually exclusives that, from what I hear, were actually pretty good. I heard good things about them. They've since then they've released those games onto other platforms like Steam. Even a couple of them have come to PlayStation. Bungie was also incredibly helpful for the people who did play Destiny 2 on that platform to transfer over their stuff to another console, which I thought was good. So honestly, I think in terms of like the technology, I'd put it in mediocre. I'd put it in the middle, probably.
Okay.
I think the middle's fine, because I think the idea behind it was good enough, but I did not see it ever actually doing well.
Yeah.
So I think that's fine.
I feel like if Google actually put some exclusive games that were really, really good, yeah, it probably would have done decently at least, but they didn't support the thing and then wondered why it died.
Yeah, that was the big issue.
Yeah. All right, next is the Nintendo Switch. So...
let's put it in goated. It's where it
Goated.
deserves.
Like, I mean, it's a pretty damn decent console, but man, it's got quality issues, and frankly, dude, I'm sorry, the actual quality of the games that come out on there are shit. Like the new Pokemon games, and even like the Tears of the Kingdom, man, I'm sorry, looks garbage because it is running on hardware from 2017 that was already underpowered and is still underpowered.
Have you played Tears of the Kingdom on the Switch?
It's so bad. Like, it's a fantastic game that's just destroyed by the hardware it's on. If it released on the PS5, oh my god, dude, that'd be like game of the century.
Dude, it almost won Game of the... didn't it win Game of the Year?
Yeah, because the game is incredible, but this is the hardware we're talking about. The Switch hardware is shit. It is garbage.
Yeah. But we're also basing consoles off of their games. And if the PS3 can go in there, even though it had bad performance issues, but the games were incredible, the Switch can absolutely go in goated.
I think it would go at high epic at the most, man. Like, it had great games, but those games sucked because of hardware failure. Because the Switch is an out-of-date console that should have been destroyed in 2022, but because it keeps selling, because it's cheap, people keep buying it. Like, Tears of the Kingdom could have been a 10 out of 10 game, but man, the hardware it was playing on. The game is actually leaked online on PC, and people are emulating it and having a better time on PC playing it because they could actually run it at 60 frames at 1080p instead of 30 frames at 720. Like, man, great games, but they could have been way better if the hardware just updated. And Nintendo's so stubborn about that, man. They don't do hardware they don't do hardware updates very rarely. Like, even the OLED didn't do anything necessarily under the hood. It just gave it a glossy OLED overlay.
Well, I'm just looking at the games for Switch.
Oh, the games are incredible, man. I'm not
You have
denying
Animal
that.
Crossing New Horizons at a 90, Mario
They
Kart 8
could
Deluxe
have
at a
been
92.
better. They could have been better if the hardware for the Switch was just better. As well as
I've
things like
played-
stick drift, man. The quality of the actual console
Stick
is
drift is bad.
abysmal. Most Switch owners I know, their Switches have died. They've all either gotten new ones or have gotten the OLED versions because they just are better quality. But it's still the same thing under the hood. It's shit.
Mm.
Like, oh, yeah, the games are phenomenal, man. But imagine if they released on any other console, how much better they could have been. I don't know, it just makes you wonder, like, what if? What if the Switch was actually a very powerful console? Or even decently powerful?
Okay, if it doesn't go goated, it's high epic.
Oh, yeah. I would definitely say so, because like you said, dude, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, New
Super Mario
Horizons,
Odyssey.
Super Mario Odyssey, Smash Brothers Ultimate. Oh, just... They released everything this year. Or these few years.
Yeah, no, I'm actually okay with that. That's fine. You make a good point about the actual hardware itself. I'm thinking too much about the games.
Yeah, like games.
But
are
I mean, I
long,
made
man.
the
Man, if
I made the
hardware-
argument earlier and stuff too about how the fact that I hate holding it. I hate holding the
Oh,
Switch.
yeah.
I do not like the Joy-Cons.
Yeah, that
so-
was a big problem. Is the Joy-Cons were very, very small, and it's hard to play it. But the PS4, sorry, what am I saying that? The Nintendo Switch Pro controller is awesome.
If we're ranking controllers, that's one of the best controllers out there. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, no. Buying it straight out of the box, you got those stupid Joy-Cons. I don't even have a Pro controller yet because it's a $90 controller.
It's worth every penny.
It might be, but not right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
uh,
yeah, I'm good with that.
okay, next we got the Sega Game Gear. Alright, so I can't get my words straight today. It's the Sega Master System.
Sega Master.
The original one where all the games came in these grid paper boxes. Like
Gross.
all the games had like grid paper in their background. Like even if you were playing Sonic the Hedgehog, you would have just grid lines. It was a weird time. Now I'm pretty sure that this console is actually still sold in Brazil.
No way.
Yeah, I think it ships 10,000 units a year still in Brazil.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, I might be wrong about that. Someone want to correct me and just say I'm telling lies here on the internet. I should stop, but I'm pretty sure I saw that in one of those videos where it was the longest lasting consoles of all times, and this one was one of them because Brazil just keeps buying them, or like South America.
I'm actually looking at some of the games, and a number of them have only released in Brazil. They were unreleased in Japan, North America, and Europe and Australia.
Okay.
So they only released in Brazil. And I'm looking at the games. It's pretty similar to the last Sega system that we looked at. I would probably put this, I don't know.
I'd put it in mediocre. I put it right
Mediocre?
next to the Game Gear because this one did not stand toe to toe with the NES. I believe this one came out way earlier than the NES, so it wasn't really directly competing with it. It was a standard 8-bit console that came and went.
Yeah, I have no argument for that, so that's fine.
Okay. Next, then we have the Sega Dreamcast, that last early
Dreamcast.
2000s one. This was interesting console. I remember, I think in Japan, that this thing did pretty damn well because it got all those cool anime games that everyone liked. But here in North America, yeah, we got. Hold up, what am I saying? We got Sonic Adventures 1 and 2.
Sonic Adventures 1 and 2, Soul Calibur, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
Yeah, it had some really good games, and it was a pretty big bang, like a pretty final. It was a pretty good final send off for Sony
Sega, you mean?
or Sega. Jeez.
Not Sony.
Yeah, I can't think right now. Jeez, I
I
got
had a
too
really
many
rough
consoles
night,
on
man.
the brain, and I'm thinking way too much about that. Yeah, Sega.
The Dreamcast, I would put it. I'd put it just behind the Quest 2.
Just behind the Quest 2. Okay. Yeah, I think it was better than the Genesis, just because there was a lot more favorable games.
Yeah,
And yeah,
that's what I was thinking too.
it was good.
So I'm good with that. Controller, goofy ass though. Weird ass controller.
Yeah. All right. Next we got the Sega Saturn. This was not
Saturn.
something anyone I knew picked up. It was so
Nope.
expensive, and yeah, like the 3D games it had for it, like when Nintendo had their 3D games and when PlayStation had it, they had Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, right? Like some really, really good games. Sega didn't even have a Sonic game that was going in 3D because they couldn't find a way to use this character in 3D. So they pushed out these 3D games that just looked ugly as shit.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm very much losing my voice.
Let's see. Well, we're almost done here, so just keep it still. Almost done.
I would put Saturn bottom of mediocre. If not, maybe if this was shit.
This was I put it ahead of the Lynx, I think, if we're putting it in that category, just because it didn't
Yeah, I
have
would too.
games. And I know in Japan it did okay.
Yeah. Lano says Sega Saturn had an Ice Cube ad at least, which I actually haven't seen, so I'm gonna have to Google that one.
They actually exist. BRB.
I'll Google that one later.
Yeah, what kind of... Sure.
All right, next one.
The Sega CD. We
Sega
decided to add
CD.
this as its own console because it did come with its own set of games. So
It did come with its own set of games. Sega CD games.
from what I remember from the Angry Video Game Nerd reviews, a lot of these games were porn games, if I remember.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. They were... They were just that. That's it. It was, what was it? The famous one was Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. And he was playing that on the Sega
Oh,
CD.
seriously?
Yeah, that was on the Sega CD. It was either that or the Amiga 32.
Dude,
We forgot that.
they just re-released that game this year.
Doc, that wasn't a game.
Well,
That was like a
they
slideshow
re-released it.
presentation.
They re-released it. Limited run games. They make physical media and stuff for games that didn't have that. They re-released the game and stuff.
They
I
should
can
just...
I can play that on PS5 right now.
Why? Why would you do that? It's
I don't
not
know.
a game. I
I've
could
never heard
right
of it.
now load up PowerPoint and make an exact game like that.
Kind of want to play it now.
Ugh. Yeah, and it's a porn game, so good luck. Just play it in front of the whole family.
It's family fun.
Oh yeah.
I would put this at shit.
Put it at shit. I'd do the same. It was such a weird thing. Would you put it above the Saturn though?
No,
You wouldn't put it above. Okay, I put it below there then.
I'll give the Saturn some little bit of props, honestly.
Yeah, because at least you didn't have to buy a Genesis before having a CD add-on. You could just purchase the damn thing with a CD.
Exactly.
Mhm.
What's the next one?
It was the other VR headset that Valve made. It's not the Index, it's the other one.
Vive.
Vive, that's it. Yeah, this is the Valve Vive.
Valve Index versus Vive.
Versus. From what I remember, this was a very popular headset that YouTubers would use to capture footage. It was expensive, bulky, and at the time, because it was so early, people just didn't use it. Like, it was not that popular.
A lot of what I'm seeing is that it was like the Index was a pretty big upgrade in comparison.
Oh yeah, it was night and day. That's why I prefer the Index over the other
I would
one.
put it. I'd put it below.
Like,
I'd put it just above the MetaQuest 2.
I would actually put it below. This has got to be one of the weakest headsets.
You think?
I think, yeah. It was just insanely expensive for the time, and it wasn't practical. Like, because at least the MetaQuest 2, it's, you put it on, you play. This one, holy shit, there was, like, you had to have a damn science degree in physics to get this thing working at the time, because the technology for VR was just brand new, and they decided to release this.
That's fair. That's fair.
And-
Okay, I'm good with it. I have no
Yeah.
argument for that, honestly, so I'm good with it.
All right, Wii U. I'm thinking we put this above all this. This is goated, more better than the PS4, in fact. Like, nothing
So,
can compare to it.
No, honestly. I have a very unique
Extreme.
opinion about this because I know most people didn't like this console. I really love this console.
I did too.
I
It was
really,
good.
really wish that this is like, come on, the touchpad was revolutionary. The fact that there were games that you could play on your screen and you had like separate controls on the Wii U touchpad, a whole like console in itself. That is, I don't care who you are. That's fucking cool. That's awesome.
Mhm.
I've actually met a number of people who feel the same way, which is pretty cool that I'm not alone in that, honestly, because it seems like everyone hates this thing. But it
Yeah.
had some really good games, and you could play like you can. That's how I ended up getting the Metroid games, because since the 3DS couldn't do it, Virtual Console before the Wii U store closed, alongside the DS stores. That's how I got all the Metroid games when I bought them through Virtual Console. So like it had Virtual Console games, it has exclusives. Breath of the Wild originally released on this console too. It isn't just on Switch, it's on this one.
Mhm.
And I mean, I might not like Breath of the Wild for me, but it's a pretty damn good game. So honestly, is it bad that I want to put this above the Switch? Yeah, I'm not going to. I kind of want to though. 'cause I think
Well,
I like this more than the
I
Switch.
would
It's
not be
comfortable,
opposed to
too.
that, mostly because you think most of the Switch games were just re-released Wii U games.
Dude, Mario Kart 8 is fucking old.
Yeah, because it released on the Wii U. The Wii U had the best games. The Switch was like, hold on, we could just take all those great games that no one bought on the Wii U and put them on the console that's actually selling. And that's
Yeah,
exactly what they did. Like, the Wii
Hold
U
on.
was just...
Lano agrees.
I agree too, man. The Wii U got way too much hate for what it could do. Like the Virtual Console, I remember my brother buying so many GBA games. I'm like, that's crazy that you can even buy that. And then he just played it on the tablet itself, like he was playing on his DS.
Yeah, no,
So-
totally, I agree.
Like,
Check my chat real quick. Check my chat to see what Lano's saying about you.
Spittin' JP, a lot of the Switch right now. A lot of the Switch is re-released for Yugi. That's what I'm saying. Mario Maker 2, hell, I'd even say, like, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate when it first came out, people were saying it was just re-released Smash 4, which, to a certain extent, yeah, it kind of was.
A little bit. I wouldn't stretch it that far because I really
But-
like Ultimate.
Think about that. Yeah, Mario Maker 2, they had Breath of the Wild that released on both of those consoles. There was a ton of other ones.
I could get a list, honestly. I know that there are. I just can't think of the names right now. It's quite late for
Yeah,
me.
neither can I, but yeah, most of them were re-released. So yeah, I put the Wii U above the Switch, man. And the quality
believe-
was decent, man. Like,
Oh my gosh. I can't believe the Wii U is going above the PlayStation VR 2.
good.
I don't know how I feel about
Better games.
that. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I think the Switch needs to get bumped down below the PSVR 2. I think I'm
No.
hard on that one.
No,
The fact that the PSVR 2 is just like in the way that it
It's
looks
set.
and stuff.
we already discussed this.
Nah.
We
It's gotta
can
move.
we can make a second part to this where we rearrange this. I'll take a screenshot. Like, we can do that, but man,
Change things
I've
up.
got to go to bed here soon. So if we're here like rearranging it right now, I'm not going to bed. I'm gonna skip school tomorrow.
Just skip school. All right, what do we got next?
The Xbox Series S.
A controversial console, nonetheless.
Yeah, so I believe the entire point of this console was for people to get hooked on Game Pass. So you just buy this console, buy Game Pass, and you got unlimited games. You didn't have to worry about disk drives, and it was cheap as shit. And it could play all the brand new Xbox games at reduced qualities, but you could still play them.
I think of Redfall and I think of Starfield when those games released, and you could see a noticeable difference between the Series X and the
Those
Series
are
S
two
versions.
horrible games to be comparing to anything, dog. Even if I'm playing those two games at max quality at 4K, I would still be miserable. Redfall is just a bad game, and so is Starfield.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think it
think
matters how you play it. It's just shit.
true, but I think the point is not that they're good games. The point is that those are Xbox exclusives that have released
They're not, and
semi recently.
like
They are.
Xbox doesn't have any exclusives. I believe the only exclusive Xbox has is the Peppa Pig game.
I'm not following what you mean.
Xbox does not have any exclusive games. They're all available on PC or Steam.
Oh, well,
Yeah. So
when I say exclusive, I mean if you don't have a PC, the only way you can play it is on Xbox. Spider-Man is still an exclusive game on PlayStation, but it's on PC.
An exclusive means it is only exclusively on one console. So, like,
Exactly.
Halo
PC
3
isn't a console.
Yes, it is. It's in the console wars that everyone keeps dick riding about, where it's PC versus Xbox versus PlayStation. If you can play the game anywhere besides the console that's assigned to, it's not an exclusive.
I know a lot of people that would disagree with you on that.
Well, I disagree with them, dude. They are completely 100% wrong. A PC does count in this entire equation. Okay, what about the Steam Deck? Is that not a console then? You can play Spider-Man on a Steam Deck.
Well, Steam Deck is just a handheld version of Steam. I don't really.
It's a PC.
It's a PC.
Yeah.
So just because I can play a PlayStation exclusive game on a Steam Deck,
yeah,
doesn't make it any less exclusive.
It doesn't make it. It makes Spider-Man not an exclusive game to PlayStation because you can play it on other consoles.
Yes, regardless of that point, there is a noticeable difference between the two consoles when it comes to playing those games.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like I understand what they were trying to do to make it cheaper for people to kind of come in and they can be a part of the ecosystem with Game Pass. Game Pass is not inherently bad, but I don't like the idea that gaming is no longer turning into a mom, dad, I want to go to GameStop. I want to pick up the new Astrobot game. Instead, it's turning into Netflix, where everything's a subscription service, and I really am not a big fan of it, and a lot of people really aren't a big fan of it.
Yeah,
either.
it's you're losing a big experience in the part of gaming is going into those stores and interacting with people or looking at the cool new games that's coming out. Like there's no better feeling than when I picked up a brand new game back then and you just open it, inspect the disc, take a look at the manual, sniff it, it just had that new game sent to it. Like it all goes hand in hand and you're just missing out on it now.
Like even jumping to like PlayStation statistics, that 70% of PlayStation users are digital. It's just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's just PlayStation. That's obviously everyone else.
Did you know all those 70% exclusively only play Call of Duty, FIFA, or NHL games, like sports games? They don't play anything else.
That's true. That's the thing that just upsets me is that why are we trying to gear away from physical media? What is it about physical media that is so inconvenient?
It costs too much to produce, and I'm a big greedy corporation, and I hate you and love money. So I'm going to do everything I can for you to hate your life and for me to make as much money as possible.
It's actually funny. I'll take an argument that was made by the Trophy Room podcast that I listened to. Literally just this last week, they were talking about it. You take a game, $79.99. Alan Wake 2. Yeah. I walk into it's actually a Herald explanation because there's no physical that exists for that. I walk in, I buy Astrobot, $79.99 in the States. I go and buy that game. It's there. I have it in my hand. I know that this is owned by me. I have this game in my hand. Whereas you pre-order digitally, I don't know why you pre-order digitally either. It's like, oh my gosh, the idea of pre-ordering a game online is ridiculous to me. But besides the point.
Mhm.
You have that game now. It costs you $80. If physical media goes away and they get their wish of only being digital, guess what? That very same game is still going to cost $80.
Yeah.
They're not going to drop the price just because they're not making a physical version of it. So why, for me as a consumer, should I be paying the same cost of a game that should cost less because you're not having to manufacture discs anymore? That's called greed, and that's called a loophole, and it's fucking
Bro is
disgusting.
discovering the greed and sinful acts of humanity.
Yeah,
No.
it's ridiculous. So no, I'm very against digital as a whole. Do I have digital games? Absolutely, because a lot of the time I don't have a choice. I really don't have much of a choice. If a game doesn't release a physical version and I want to play it, I'm gonna fucking buy it.
Yeah.
It's just, it is what it is. It sucks, but anytime I can buy a game physically, or if I can support a game that came out 4 years ago, but they're doing a physical release because they want to do that kind of thing, I'll absolutely go ahead. I'll go buy that physical release, support that outlet and stuff, because I want to see physical media last a little longer than it probably is going to.
Mm-hmm.
So Atlano says, I think I back up a bit. I think of the worst of gaming when I think of the Series S. PC and Xbox may as well be the same thing at this point. I think within the next 2 gens, physical games are slowly going to be phased out. These companies have a much stronger grasp on digital media. The second last thing that you said, that within the next 2 gens, physical games are slowly going to be phased out. There's already discussions because of the release of the PS5 Pro that once the PS6 comes out, it's not going to have a disc drive.
Yeah, which is slowly becoming. You've seen all these consoles, like they've already started releasing physical only.
Yeah, so I don't think it's being phased out in the next 2 gens. I think it's being phased out as we speak.
Where would we put this though on the tier list? With all that being said,
I know. Hell no, indeed. Series S, I would put it because you're still getting some decent games. Game Pass is fine. Xbox may not have a fuck ton of exclusives to offer you like PlayStation, which I know Xbox fanboys who are, getting pegged by fucking Phil Spencer will disagree with me on that, but I would still put it at best. I would put it. Honestly, I think I'd put it just behind the PlayStation 1.
Just behind the PS1?
Yeah, I think that's where I put it. You're
PS1
still
right there.
getting a whole ass new gen console.
I know, but everyone I've known that owns this uses it as a streaming box, like because it's so underpowered that a lot of the newer games you might not be able to play here soon.
But think of the library; it's thousands.
That's if you get
games.
Gamecast though, and what if you just don't want to buy Game Pass? What if you want one game?
There's nobody buying this that isn't getting Game Pass. I'll tell you that right now. There's nobody buying this that isn't getting Game Pass.
Actually, no, everyone I know this doesn't have Game Pass. They just transferred all their stuff from their Xbox One to this. That's it. They all had digital games.
Oh yeah, old stuff, sure. Yeah, that's fine. But that's still a lot of games. So
Wow, no one uses this as like a modern console to play modern games. They just use it as a modern way to play old games.
I mean, sometimes, yes, in cases. But I do know a lot of people, and I've watched a lot of people buy this console. Even when I was working at GameStop, I sold a lot of these.
Yeah, I guess I will admit, it's a cheap alternative. You want to play Starfield brand new, and you want to do it for cheap, fucking do that. Buy Game Pass. Costs you like nothing.
Yeah, so no, I'd still put it there. I think it's fine there.
Alright, so we got the Xbox One original, and I guess with the Kinect sensor too there.
I think this goes below the Xbox Series S.
Oh yeah, this was a piece of shit when it first launched. It had Forza 5, which is my favorite racing game of all time. But I'm sorry, dude, a racing game ain't gonna fix and solve the problems that it first had, dude. First, the thing was enormous. It was a VCR player. That's what people made fun of it for. It had
huge.
the Kinect when it first started, which by the time the Kinect was dead, no one cared about the Kinect. We had our fun. It was a fun gimmick. It's over. Get rid of it. But they shipped it, meaning it made the console like $200 more expensive. So people were like, well, fuck that. I'm just gonna go buy a PlayStation.
I would put it at mediocre, and I'd put it below the PSVR because I think if we're talking peripherals, the Kinect is significantly worse than the PSVR.
Yeah, like, my God, like the Kinect definitely had better tracking, but tracking for what?
For what? You're not doing shit. I'm not playing Just Dance on my fucking Xbox One.
Yeah, like it was just a pretty shit console, and it didn't even have exclusives. Like it had Halo 5. Yippity fucking
Thinking about that
do.
just makes me sick. I know.
Yeah, it didn't have any really good Halo games, Gears of War games, and all the games that came out for it that were supposedly big were like COD games that also released on PS4.
Yep.
Like
There's
it
no
had
reason to buy it.
fuck all, man.
The sales show for it too, right? Like
Yeah,
the
like,
sales just
no one
prime
bought it.
example.
All right, next is the Virtual Boy. This was Nintendo's first 32-bit system. This thing had a sales of 700,000 units. It was a flop because it had, when you put it on, everything was red and black, and it gave you headaches. It's definitely a collector's item because it's the most obscure console ever made by Nintendo for some reason.
Can
Man,
I ask you to make a new tier?
No, you put this at the lowest piece of shit, dog. Like,
no. Hear me out.
Huh.
Just hit the little settings button, make a new tier, put it below worse than shit.
What tier do you want to make? Just Virtual Boy tier?
I want you to put type this out. Best looking barbecue.
Alright, we'll make it white. Oh, damn it.
You just changed the...
Yeah, I did. I meant to put that down. Fuck, come on. Add row below. Change this back to black. Worse than shit.
I think it was gray. You made it gray because you can't see black.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, this one can be white. And this is... Best looking barbecue.
The virtual flop. Yes, Lano. It was.
Yeah, this thing is... It's weird. I think...
Guess how many games it has. Guess.
16.
Actually, lower than I thought you'd guess. It has 22 games.
22? Okay, because I remember Scott the Woz, when he bought his and did his reviews, he bought all the games you could buy in North America, and he was just holding it. He's like, yeah, this is all you can buy with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely ridiculous. Wow. So no, I think that's where it's deserved.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're down to our last 5.
Yeah, okay. We got the Xbox 360, which if we're talking, this goes in GOAT tier.
This goes in GOAT tier. I can't disagree with that.
Absolutely. In fact, I think it goes right above the DS in terms of GOAT status. It had everything. It was a cheap console, and not all of them died. It did get the red ring, but once you got the upgraded one, that was the most popular, the like was it like the S model or something? You had everyone played COD on it. That was the most popular thing. Is you played COD on an Xbox. That's where most of your swearing, cursing, racism happened, was on an Xbox. Gears of War, it had Halo, it could be backwards compatible, so you could play Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and 4, Halo Wars.
Reach,
it was so good. And it was like the one Xbox that actually had exclusives to it as well.
I'm not gonna lie. The Xbox 360 as a console in and of itself is absolutely incredible. I just don't know how I feel about ranking the 360 above the PS2. Not only in terms of sales, because the PS2 was the highest selling system of all time, but the sheer amount of games on the PS2.
Well, if we're going off sales, like, the GameCube should not be that high.
No.
With the game qualities...
Yeah, obviously we've ranked these things in different ways, but the PS2, when we're looking at it side by side with the Xbox 360, the number of games the PS2 had to offer far outweighed the Xbox 360
but the
in terms of
360 had more iconic
exclusives.
games, and I feel like more people played those games that were iconic on a 360 rather than a PS3 at the time. Dead Space. What was that? Dead Space 1, 2? Our people played that on Xbox. Skyrim on Xbox.
What?
It was
Dead Space
huge.
was on PS3, by the way. I own it on PS3.
Yes, but
so.
so many people, because it was early and people weren't buying
Oh,
PS3s.
one sec.
yeah.
Lano says, I'm gonna have to go. He's got his last minute ranking. I won't say it out loud because I'll save it for the conversation once we go into it. But he says, W stream for real. Y'all have a good night. Thank you, brother.
See you, bro.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you joining. It was fun to chat with you and have your insights on this whole conversation. We're going to be doing more of these in the future. I really, this is a great conversation. I love tier lists too. This is my first one I've ever done. So
yeah. No, this was.
Yeah, but thanks, man. Have a good night. I'll chat with you later.
All right. But back to what I was saying is
Yeah, go ahead.
because the PS3 wasn't selling well to begin with, all these new games that were coming out that, of course, launched on the PS3, everyone was playing it on the 360. So when you ask people about the memories of the games, like, dude, the 360, when we were playing Dead Space 1 and 2, we were playing Halo, we were playing, what was it? Vero said it was Gears of War. COD especially was massive because it had the best CODs. We're talking Modern Warfare 2, 3, Black Ops, World at War. It had the most OG CODs, and because people weren't buying PS3s to begin with in its cycle, every single person was playing those games on a 360 instead, which gave it such a high tier, in my opinion.
No, I think it's above the PS3. I think that's for sure. I'm just.
But I
don't know,
also
the
think it's
PS2, man.
above a PS2 just because the games that people grew up with were way too iconic. I'm sorry. Peak Black Ops 2 will never be beat by anything. Even like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I think peak Black Ops 2, peak Modern Warfare 2 would outshine it any day. Just the memories of that time. You had to be there.
That's fair. I'm fine with that. I won't fight too much on it. I don't know. I still don't know how I feel about it, but you aren't making bad points, which is why I don't feel like really arguing that because it's.
Well, Minecraft 362. Actually, shit, I think I have that.
Yeah, I guess there is that too. Yeah. No, I'm fine with that. It can stay where it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Then we got the original Xbox. Okay, this one was weird.
I don't feel like Xbox found its footing until the 360.
This one was weird. It had Halo 1 and 2 and not much else.
Yeah, like, Halo's great. Halo 2 is great. Halo 1 is dog shit nowadays. I played it. It sucked. I can say that because I played it. I can have an opinion.
Wait, what did you say sucked?
The first Halo, Combat Evolved.
Oh no. My life, it's draining away. Did you say Halo Combat Evolved was shit?
4 out of 10 for me.
4 out of 10. Bro has never played a good game. I can't take your opinion seriously no more. I'm sorry.
I played it when I played it with Vera and stuff a few months ago.
Did you play the second one then?
Yeah, I played the second one. Significant improvement. I'd give that a 7.
The
I'd give that a
second
7
one was definitely a better one. But man,
Oh
Combat
my gosh.
Evolved. Holy crap. The campaign, of course, but the big thing about Halo back then was its online multiplayer. That
Yes,
is what
which obviously I
really
didn't
changed it.
experience, so I can't judge it based on that.
Exactly. But the whole game itself, that's what really changed it.
Yeah. So no, do I think Halo Combat Evolved was bad at the time? No, I think it was revolutionary. I think it really kicked off first-person shooters and gave us phenomenal games down the line. But in 2024, I really don't think it aged very well. And I played the Master Chief Collection version.
Okay,
It's
so you
so
did actually
janky.
play the remastered.
Yeah, it's so janky. Like it was just really rough to play, and the cutscenes were okay. The story was kind of had a hard time keeping up with it. It was
I
very
think
kind of
you had to grow up with Halo, because I remember when I was playing COD and my friend was getting me into Halo back in the day, I couldn't get used to the controls because everything was so different. He's like, no, you have to keep them like that because Halo's just played differently. And I feel like if you grew up with Halo, that's like the only way that you would ever think about it like that highly.
which is why Vero
Mhm.
and Hyper have a rock hard erection for Master Chief.
Yeah, because you really had to be there.
Yeah, which is
It's
fine.
one of those games, definitely.
It is. I do feel like it is one of those games, which is fine. I still gave it a shot. I played it, and I had my enjoyment in it. Don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
But that one in comparison, especially considering once Vero and I finish this series, we're going to be doing, a video talking about them all.
Mhm.
I have made sure to kind of keep my thoughts about them in mind, and that'll be a good discussion when it comes down to it.
I think you actually need to play the original Xbox version. I feel like that
I wouldn't
version
mind. I really
feels
wouldn't be
way
opposed.
better.
Yeah, I would not be
Yeah.
opposed to the idea of that.
I don't like the remastered one. Yeah, I kind of get it. When I was playing CE, the Anniversary Edition, the remastered one, it did not feel as good as the original one on the original Xbox. But
Yeah, fair.
in terms
Fair.
of console, yeah, I mean, it had 2 good games. Fuck, like
I'd put
whatever.
the original Xbox at. I'd put it above. I don't know. Do we put it below the Xbox One, or above?
I'd put it above. I think it had at least some good games on it compared to the one that had almost no good games.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
All right.
Um,
3 more left. Okay, we got the
3 more.
Series X here. Now, as a Series X owner myself, I gotta say this console is butt cheeks, but it's butt cheeks for all the wrong reasons. It's because all the games that are on there are on the Xbox One. It's the
Yep.
same with the PS5, where all the PS5 games are just on the PS4. Like, I was playing Yakuza recently, and there's no need for Yakuza to be on the Series X. The game runs completely fine on the previous version. Same with Persona 3 Reloaded. And from the list of Xbox games that I'm seeing, that it has that problem where it's not releasing games that you'd actually want to buy a Series X over. It's just releasing games that could also run on older hardware. It's shit. Like, they run significantly better. It's like, I don't care. I play on a 1080p TV at 60 frames. I do not give a shit about 4K gaming or 120 frames or something. Like, I can't do that.
I'm even looking at an article written up from The Gamer. The Gamer wrote this article back in 2021, but it was updated in June of 2024.
Mhm.
And it has a list of a total of 26 games that are exclusive to the Series X. You cannot play it on the Xbox One. You're telling me there's only 26 games that are exclusive?
Sorry, 26
Series X.
exclusive, or are they on the Microsoft Store, meaning you can play them on PC?
Oh no, they're on
Meaning-
PC. We're talking about Xbox One and Series X. I don't talk about PC unless I explicitly bring it up.
Okay, no, you
So,
got to bring up
'cause-
PC with me, man, because if I could play it on right now, there is no need for me to buy a
I
console right
know.
upstairs.
I know, but your argument was that the Series X is basically just the Xbox One with a little bit of graphical improvement because it's
Yeah.
the same games. And so
Mhm.
this is why there's really only 26 games according to this. Not even all of them are out yet.
And what kind of
and
games
it's
are
cr-
they even?
Fable. Don't get me wrong. Fable is a beloved Xbox series. Avowed
Yeah.
is being made by Obsidian. That's a pretty hefty RPG from what I
Mhm.
hear. It's funny though because this was done up in June. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was supposed to be exclusive.
those-
It's coming out for PS5.
Yeah, like, but aren't those all on PS5 as well?
Not all of them, no.
Not all of them? And none of
No.
them are coming out on PC, are they?
They all are. They all are.
Then
Every single one.
why on God's green earth would you pick up a Series X?
Yeah. So I mean, Elder Scrolls 6 possibly. We don't know for sure if it's going to be exclusive. I mean, we thought Indiana Jones was for sure going to be exclusive because
Elder
that's why
Scrolls-
they bought Bethesda.
Elder Scrolls 6 is not
Um,
going to. They're going to lose
Or,
all the
no,
sales.
not Bethesda. Yeah, machine games.
Um,
But or the publisher. The publisher is Bethesda. Developers Machine Games. That is why they bought Bethesda.
Right.
But it's just they're failing.
Yeah, before anyone clowns on me telling me that I'm talking so much shit about a console that I willingly bought, the only reason I bought it was because it was a Black Friday sale and I got it for 50% off. And I was like, shoot, for 50% off, I get a brand new console that I can play some modern games on. Why the hell not? So, I mean,
Not bad.
yeah, $300 for a Series X ain't that's freaking good. But from what I've seen and what I played on it, man, like I've only played Yakuza or Infinite Wealth, and I have played Mortal Kombat 1. I do like the fighting games on consoles. They cannot match on PCs.
Mm.
But like Mortal Kombat also released on PlayStation 5, so why not just pick up a PS5 at that point as well, or just get a PC? Because then you get all the Microsoft stuff still, if you really are that diehard about things like Game Pass. It just feels like a weird-ass console to be buying.
I would put it right next to the Series S.
Yeah, I'd probably do the same. I'd put it lower, though, because at least this is cheap, and they're not trying to bullshit you.
I'd put it higher.
I would.
The reason why I would put it higher is because the one thing that Xbox did that PlayStation didn't is they made their entire library backwards compatible. And yeah, you can argue that, yeah, there was digital, but if we're going off 360, not a lot of people were buying digital games, they were buying physical, which means they get to play their entire 360 library.
I swear to God, they did not make their entire library, because I was trying to play Assassin's Creed, and I'm pretty sure it told me I'm not allowed to play that game.
You sure?
I was trying my 360 games and my original Xbox games, and some of them just didn't work.
Because that was their big selling point. So.
I think they're still rolling out more games that you can be backwards compatible, but I'm not sure about all of them right now.
Fair enough. But that, like I said, I would still put it above that.
I guess so.
The Series S is a weaker console. Yeah, it's cheaper, but it's a weaker console, and it doesn't have a disc drive.
Yeah. All right. Our next one then, the almighty Wii.
The Wii.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a quick thing. Lano said the OG Xbox was epic. We put it in mediocre. And he said the Series X was mid, and we put it in best.
Mm-hmm.
And the Wii, I agree with his placement of the Wii. It's the GOAT.
I can agree with that. You know what? Fuck that. It is the greatest console ever made.
Yeah, I agree with that. Honestly, I think it's better than the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
I mean, it was my first console. The Wii was my first console. The games on it are fantastic. I mean, honestly, most people bought that for Wii Sports.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Wii Sports and Mario Kart Wii are two of the highest selling games of all time.
Yeah,
you throw on, a number of other Mario games and party games and Zelda games.
Mario
and,
Galaxy,
Metroid
Mario Galaxy
Prime,
2,
Mario
Twilight
2, yep.
Princess, Skyward Sword, as well as, remember, it could work with all your GameCube games. And if you had the Virtual Console, you could buy all the GameCube, SNES, and NES games. Practically, this console, you could play damn near anything Nintendo made.
Yep, I agree. So, no, I honestly, there really isn't much to say about it that hasn't been said in the past.
Mm-hmm.
The Wii is one of the greatest consoles ever made, and I love it so much. I still use mine to this day. I have two, and I will always have them. So, Vero said we're doing a Halo tier list, bro. Yes, we are.
Halo
we will
tier
do
list?
one.
All right, it's going to be 3. Everything else is mid. Sorry. Maybe Reach can be a little bit higher.
Yeah, Vero would agree with that take, honestly. He loves 3.
That'd be an awful take. My God, I'd kill myself if I made that take.
Hyper is, he's a Reach fan. He likes Reach more than 3.
I do too. Reach is honestly, I think, one of my favorite games ever.
I'm looking forward to playing it.
We're gonna need
don't know what it's about, but I'm looking forward to it.
Some tissues next to you while playing that.
Sounds good.
All right, and last but not least, the PS5.
The PlayStation 5.
What a piece of shit console this has been for Sony, man. My God, they've lost so much money on it. They ported all their games to PC because they can't sell enough of these damn things, and no one's buying them to purchase games. They're buying them for Call of Duty and streaming. That's it. So, I gotta tell you, because they weren't originally planning to do this, but the reason they have things like God of War, Spider-Man, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is because the Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart lost money because no one was buying the PS5 for that game. And it's the similar situation that they're having now. They're losing so much money on this thing because people are buying it for Call of Duty, FIFA, NHL, and Madden, and 2K.
So let me tell you why your argument is flawed.
How? Because why would I
worked-
buy this over a PlayStation, which has all the same games in better quality, and they're on a trusted site like Steam instead of Sony?
I worked at GameStop for console launch for the Series XS and PS5.
Mm-hmm.
When was that? That was
2020.
2020, when the world was going crazy and losing their
That's
minds,
almost been
and
5
everything was
years,
shut down.
man. This is
I
I can't believe
can't
it.
even think about it honestly without freaking out a little bit.
Mm.
But there were no consoles. There was a chip shortage. I got calls 30, 40 times a day from people. Do you have PS5s in? Do you have PS5s in? They're looking for PS5s. They're looking for PS5s. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, we don't have them in. Well, when is Sony sending them? It's like, unfortunately, we don't know because the shortage and everything's shut down right now. There's no shipping going on. We'll have to get back to you. And we had a growing list of hundreds of people at one location in the city that I live in. Try not to talk to myself. Of the city that I live in, hundreds and hundreds, and the list just kept growing. And we finally had to cut it off because we're not going to be able to deliver this until next year. Who knows? And every single time people will come in, I mean, there's a reason why scalpers were selling these things for exorbitant prices, because people wanted this console.
Nuts.
When the console
Definitely
came out,
rare.
it was critical reception for games like Spider-Man Miles Morales,
Mhm.
for games like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I mean, to this day, I'm still a part of PlayStation groups where people are texting the group saying, hey, I'm new to PlayStation. Are there any games you can recommend? And it's like, go play Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Mhm.
Go play Astro's Playroom. It came free with your console. Go play Astro's Playroom. Go play the original Spider-Man or the remastered version or whatever.
Mhm.
Like, people are still recommending these games. This was a beloved console and is still selling like gangbusters. It's insane.
It's failing. It is a failure of a console in Sony's eyes for one reason. No one's purchasing the games like they used to in order to flood. So Xbox's strategy for the 360 back then was basically lower the price of the console, and then people will buy a ton of games, and now you have an entire install base. Sony, unfortunately, due to the pandemic, could not sell these consoles and therefore didn't have the amount of people coming in and just buying games, as well as the current issue that every console manufacturer except for Nintendo is going through, is people are not buying them to buy multiple games. They're not coming out here and buying 30 different games and playing Ratchet and Clank and Astrobot. They're buying COD, and that's it. So Sony is losing so much money on this thing, and in Japan especially, it's doing shit because people don't have enough time in Japan, just because of their work culture, to sit down and play a console. So that's why I said the PS6.
Where are you getting this from, though? That it's not selling games.
Sony's report on how many people buy consoles and what they play on it. So that was a huge issue.
That's because you're looking at numbers across a long board. Because multiplayer games are going to keep people engaged for a long time.
But why didn't that happen in the 360 and PS3 era? Back then, COD did exist and COD was big, but a lot of people still played games like Gears of War and Halo, as well as COD.
Well, that's because for two reasons. One, back then, people were intrigued by the exclusives. They wanted to see why everyone was buying this new console. It was a part of that culture as well. Today, you're dealing with a lot of people who that is what they thrive off of, is live service games. And there's a lot of people that, either hate live service games but still play them, or hate them and don't play them because, it's become such a money grab for people to continue to invest in the ecosystem that you've designed for something like Fortnite or something like Warzone. I play Fortnite. I hate the fact that it's a live service game. I wish that it would just be what it is and I could just play it instead of, and then they just change things every once in a while. But it's this idea of a battle pass, and you have to buy the battle pass because you have to get it. And it's ridiculous.
That's the new ecosystem of gaming that they're facing, is people aren't buying these tons of games and getting indulged, or whatever you say, They're not getting
Do you-
surrounded by the PlayStation ecosystem. They're not buying God of War. They're not buying Miles Morales. They're not buying Spider-Man 2. They're not buying these exclusives like they used to.
How
They're
many units do
only
you think
buying-
Spider-Man 2 sold?
Well, why is it on PC then?
Why not?
Why not? Well, if they want people to keep buying their consoles, you should not be placing it anywhere else, because now people are saying, well, why would I buy a PS5 and, get into the PS5 ecosystem when it's on my Steam page?
Because it's the same reason why the argument that we had the other day about the PlayStation 5 Pro, there are people who are still going to be buying that console because they want convenience. They do not want to sit down at a
Not
computer.
anymore. Not anymore.
It's huge, man. It's
No,
huge.
It's
PlayStation 5 has sold
PCs
61 million units.
The way Windows 11 is set up is making it so convenient. It's like a tablet now. In fact, I'd say Windows 11 is easier to set up for gaming than the PS5 in this day and age right now. Maybe if we were talking about like Windows 8 setting up Steam gaming, I could sort of understand that. Like, obviously, it takes a long time, but we live in the modern era where convenience is at its all-time peak now. And PCs are no exception with setting up...
When I say convenience to it, dude, it's
Yeah.
not just...
Oh,
it's
what
not
do you
just
mean?
the fact
Steam
that they
isn't
get to plug it in.
convenient?
It's the fact that they get to come home. A lot of
Mhm.
people work computer jobs nowadays. They don't want to sit down at another computer to play games. They want to sit down on their couch, and they want to sit down
Play
with
a
a controller,
computer.
and they want to play on their console.
No one
No one's
wants to
sitting
do
down
that
at a
anymore,
couch playing on a
man.
PC.
That's
Nobody.
unfortunately, no one wants to do that. Most people play on monitors. I think the most popular
61
monitor
million
is
people would disagree.
61 million people would probably... No, I disagree with that. Most people usually just play on monitors now. They play on cheap TVs, 720, 1080p. And if Sony really wanted to be smart about it, they would not put their exclusives on Steam. Because then, if they're exclusive, like let's say God of War Ragnarok was just on PS5, only PS5, you could only play it there, then someone like me would have to buy a PS5 in order to play it, and then that would gain them another customer that would then buy games. But that's not happening anymore, because not enough people are buying the PS5 to purchase lots of games. They're just buying one individual game, which is causing Sony's exclusives to have to go to other places like Steam in order to make a profit.
As of November 2023, God of War Ragnarok sold 15 million units.
15 million.
15 million. I'm sorry, but as a game developer,
Mhm.
that is a huge critical success. That's fucking insane to sell 15 million copies of a game. That's
You
on
might
PS5.
you might want to, because you might think that is a success, but unfortunately, a lot of game studios might call that a failure. Which is like Tomb Raider. When Tomb Raider came out and it didn't sell 7 million copies in its first 2 weeks, the game studio said that was a failure.
Because look at
which
who you're
is
looking
like
at, dude.
really
people-
shit.
That's not the developers. That's the studio, and it's Square
You set
Enix.
up a
And Square
computer on
Enix
launch
is
bar
a
to direct couch. Yeah.
multi-billion-dollar
Oh,
conglomerate.
shoot, I
group.
for some reason.
Of course, they're going to say that it's a failure. They want to make money. They
Well,
don't actually care about the game.
Sony
They
also
wanna-
doesn't care about the game either. They don't care about the PS5. They just care about the.
And yet,
all the
Sony has
games.
praised God of War Ragnarok. They've
Oh yeah,
praised
it's a great
Spider-Man
game,
2.
and now it's on Steam. So someone
Yeah,
like
because
me,
it's been out for 2 years.
Why would I ever buy a PlayStation then? That's the problem with so many PC gamers is why would I ever invest in a PS5? That's also why I'm saying is the next PlayStation might just be a handheld because Sony realizes that they're losing money on console manufacturing itself. So it's either they up the price to, what was the PS5 Pro, like $1,100 with all the accessories added to it?
In Canada, yeah.
Exactly. The reason they're doing that is so that they can actually make a profit off the consoles. But as you know from the backlash, no one's buying that because it's so damn expensive. So they're not going to buy the consoles. And Sony is going to, once again, fail on their console sales, which means less people are going to buy these games, forcing them to go to PC.
And I can't speak on the PS5 Pro because it's not out yet. There are no numbers. And
Yeah, but
we don't
like-
know how it's going to sell.
If anyone
and-
buys that, they're an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm talking to anyone watching right now. If you buy that, you are an idiot. You are the reason why these console manufacturers, their prices are out of control. Bitch about $90 games, $100 games. Don't buy it. Don't play it. You don't want Sony to make an $1,100 game with, or $1,100 console? Don't buy it.
The cost for the Pro is ridiculous, but
Oh, it's fucking
putting that
absurd.
aside, the PlayStation 5 is constantly selling. They're selling these first-party exclusives,
And it's
but
making no money.
it's making them tons of money, dude.
Like
You
God
keep
of
saying
God,
that they're
yeah,
making
but
no
God
money.
of War sold that many. How much does it cost to be able to fund the development of it, the shipment of all the copies as well, paying the employees, as well as Sony's taking their taxes on it as well as you put it on Steam. Steam also has a tax as well. I don't know how much it is for Steam to take a portion of it, but 15 million they might have only scratched depending on how expensive the game was to develop in and of itself. And that's just God of War. Remember, PlayStation does have other games. For every one success, they might have 8 failures.
But that's the thing, is they don't, because they keep releasing these PlayStation exclusives to critical
They're
success.
not exclusives though. They're on
Not-
PC.
Bro, when did God of War Ragnarok release?
Literally 2 days ago. So it's not
What-
an exclusive anymore. So someone like
No.
me,
When did it originally release?
like, when did it, 2022 or something?
It came out in 2022.
Yeah.
They sold 15 million units.
Yes.
Of that game.
How much
They're
did it
not gonna
cost? How much
see-
tax did Sony take? How much did the government take? Like, video game development is a very expensive thing. So even if it did sell 50 million, I don't know if they broke even or not. They might
Dude,
have did
15 million, they're gonna
insanely
break
well
even.
for the
Games aren't that
studio.
expensive, dude.
Oh yeah, they might have done insanely well for the studio, but Sony might have just been like, you know what? Was it worth that for one good game?
God of War Ragnarok budget cost around $200 million.
That's not bad actually for a game. 200
Well,
million.
that's, dude, $200 million is fucking insane. If you're
Yeah.
going above that, that's insane. So no,
Yeah,
that's
it's
really
expensive.
good. So you're selling 15 million units
Mhm.
on a $90 game. Yeah, you're breaking even. You're making huge money. So no, this idea that you have
Okay.
with nothing of that PlayStation's just going broke, and this is why they're releasing their games. No,
They are.
it's
It's
a
it's a
business move.
failure in Japan, and it's failing here too.
How is it a failure? Where are you getting that from?
Because they're porting their games over to Steam. They can't
That doesn't mean it's
sustain
a
their
failure.
games on PlayStation alone. They have to go to Steam.
Dude, you have a single player game that sold 15 million
Mhm.
units.
Yes, congratulations.
2 years
One
later,
of their
you released
fucking
it on
games
PC.
if one of their fucking games did great. Ratchet and Clank flopped. Miles Morales, because that released on the PS4, and it also released on Steam, and also Spider-Man released on Steam. What time? Oh shit, it is getting late. I have a 7 a.m. class, I just realized.
Okay.
Great. We should
Gran
continue this
Turismo, 10 million
conversation.
views.
We should continue this conversation another time. Where would you put this in terms of ranking?
Well, considering that the console is doing just fine, they're pulling in billion-dollar quarters on the game sales and pulling in more money because they're porting their games to PC after the fact to make more money, not because they're failing, but because a single-player game is not going to sell much later on. But if you put it to PC to give it to a new environment, it's going to sell more. Which means that due to the nature of the console, how impressive the hardware and software is, the controller being what it is, the haptic feedback, the adaptive triggers, the exclusives, the games that they've released, the games that they continue to release.
But I also...
I'd put it above the PS4.
Oh shoot, I messed that up. I put it above the PS4? No. I could not put it above this at all. Maybe I could put it in Epic, just because, yeah, it does have that games, unlike the Xbox Series X. I cannot put it in GOAT. It's not a GOATed console. A GOATed console has games that I actually want to buy the system for. I don't want to buy this system, because everything is on Steam. Everything's going to other places. And the backwards compatibility, dog, you can have that on your PC. If PlayStation had the exclusives and kept the exclusives to the PlayStation 5, definitely, it would be an amazing console. It's some of the best games, but the fact that they're not doing that, begs the question of why own a PlayStation 5 at that point?
I mean, if you're asking that question, just look at where you're sitting.
In a desk and my monitor.
You're using a PC. You're a PC
Yes.
gamer.
Yes.
You're built off of BIOS.
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
You've never
I own an
owned a
Xbox.
PlayStation
I
5.
own an Xbox. I also do consoles. But there was a reason. That thing was cheap. The PS5 ain't cheap, and it also doesn't have games that I'm practically drooling for. I own a
What
Nintendo
does the
Switch.
Xbox have?
The Xbox, it doesn't have anything. I got it for cheap. That's the only reason I bought it. But look at the Switch. I bought a Switch. Why? Because it has some exclusive games like Smash Bros. Ultimate, Breath of the Wild that I really, really want to play, and I couldn't play on my PC. So I bought a Switch. Let's take the PS5. Ratchet and Clank. Oh, I could just play that on Steam. God of War Oh, I could just play that on Steam. Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 1.
Can you play it day one? Can you play it day one?
Can I play it day one? No, but I'm willing to wait for $800.
Yeah, you're willing to wait
for
years?
For $800?
61 million people are not willing to wait, dude.
Then they're
gotta
impatient,
put
and
this in
they're the
perspective.
reason why Sony is upping these prices. And if they want to get fisted for not being patient, they got no one to complain to but themselves, man.
You're
Yeah, no one to
very,
blame.
very, very alone in that opinion. I'll just
No.
give you that.
No, I'm not. I think it
'Cause
just
you're
comes to.
throwing
I
out stats
think
that
it comes.
PlayStation's failing, and you have nothing.
I
to
think
back
it comes down to PlayStation Glazers, man. They grew up with PlayStation. They're trying to defend a billion-dollar company that's making horrible decisions, and they don't want to admit that they're getting taken advantage of. Because they gave us the PS4, they gave us all these great games. It's like Nintendo, man. You can't defend Nintendo. They make such shit decisions with everything. I'm not picking up a new Nintendo console. They're garbage decisions that they make.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Nobody has this opinion but you.
I think you're just in an echo chamber, man. I don't think you go online enough. Which is honestly shocking to me that you don't see any of these opinions.
No, I'm on
Except for
Twitter.
the
I'm on
only-
Reddit.
You're on.
I'm on
Oh, that's why
Instagram.
Reddit. That's
Dude,
not my
Reddit would be the
PhD
worst
issues.
place for this. Reddit would be the place where everybody shits on everything because it's just the
Nah,
meme,
Reddit's a
but
huge
they
echo
don't.
chamber, man. They like to circle jerk. It's a big thing. Circle jerking until you circled the jerk, and then it just is a complete pattern. But yeah, realistically, I can't put it above Epic. And if this is a tier list between two of us, that's as high as I can put it.
Yeah, I don't feel about that.
And that's being generous as hell, dude. I was gonna put this at the same level as the Series X, so you
Which is insane. I mean, the sales
same
enough are
shit.
enough to show that the Series X
same shit.
is
Both of them,
nowhere near
both
competing
of
with
them
the
don't
PS5.
have any exclusives, and there's no reason to buy either of them right now. I think they're both shit. I think this generation has been the shittiest generation we've had for gaming ever.
Well, and that's why you don't really play a whole lot of games, because there's a lot of people that would disagree with you on that. And to say that
And they're
is
all circle jerkers.
rather
I will say this right
disingenuous
now. All those
towards-
Sony fanboys, you're all just circle jerking each other, man. Let it go. Sony is not what they used to be. They're taking advantage of you.
Yeah, well,
I will
to
definitely
the
say.
real quick to the people that are going to be watching this later on, as well as anyone who is involved with video game development, if you are developing video games today, just know that you're working on a game that you're very proud of. You're good at it. This does not reflect my thoughts on the matter at all. The games that are releasing nowadays, I've played some incredible games recently. They're very good.
Mhm. Oh,
I would
yeah.
recommend people go and check them out.
Go play games, dude. It's fun. It's fun. Well,
So, because to say that this like generation of games has been a failure, I think that's rather disingenuous
I think the
to
console
developers.
I don't think the gaming. Dude, we've had some incredible games this generation. Actually, I think we've had some of the best gaming this generation. I'm more talking about the console end of things, because all these
Yeah, but what are you
companies are
playing the
sharing this
games
stuff.
on?
Well, people are playing it on everything. So why would you choose an Xbox over a PS5 when they're all on the exact same consoles? That's the issue I'm getting at. Is back then it was more favorable to favor one over the other because one had better games over the other one, but the other one also had better games, and you could only play those games on one of those consoles. Like, you're not playing The Last of Us on a 360. You're not playing Halo on a PS3. But now, I mean, with Microsoft being pretty much a PC at this point and Xbox pretty much being the same thing, you're playing Ratchet and Clank on a PC. Playing The Last of Us on a PC, that's unheard of. Like, that would have never happened.
Yeah, but The Last of Us is old. It's not going to continue to sell. Why wouldn't you want to put it on PC and profit off of that? You're not going to sell more units. So to keep it exclusive, like you're saying that you should keep it exclusive because you'll sell units. No, you won't. That's fucking stupid.
Well, then why would I pick up a PS5? Like that's what I'm thinking. Is like the whole point is that you buy the consoles for the exclusive. Maybe not The Last of Us, but look at God of War Ragnarok. Like, I'm not picking up a PS5.
Because people bought fives to play God of War Ragnarok 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 years later, after people enjoyed that game and played it, if no one played the game at release, then there's going to be no more games.
Imagine if they kept it an exclusive. Now I have a reason to buy a PS5, and so do many other people, because God of War is an incredible game.
Nobody knew it was coming to PC 2 years ago. No one.
Well, it was hinted at because Sony started dumping all of their games on a PC. So everyone was thinking, well, if they're doing that to the PS5, like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, a lot of people I knew, especially a good buddy of mine, Connor, was going to buy a PS5, and then the day later, Ratchet and Clank dropped, and he's like, I'm not buying a PS5 for that. So he just buys everything on PC now because they all just come. And yeah,
okay, so
with a little bit of patience, you can just have an entire library.
Okay, now let's say everybody held your values.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say no one bought PS5s.
Yeah.
And everyone waited 2 years to play God of War Ragnarok, right?
Yeah.
Do you think God of War Ragnarok's going to fucking exist? No, it's not. Because when that game releases,
it always will, because there's always hardcore Sony fanboys like you who will buy it.
I know, but that's the thing is you're saying that because people want to buy a console and play shit day one, that it's a negative.
No.
But that's not, because if it was a negative, those games wouldn't exist. No one would be buying them.
No, I don't think it's a negative. I just think they should keep it as an exclusive. They should not be porting all this stuff if they really want people to be indulged in the PS ecosystem.
And yet, it sold 15 million units. So, like, what's your point?
Well, then why are they porting it? It's because they're not
to sell more units.
Because they're not selling it as well as they could have.
No, that's not it at all, dude.
Yes.
If you sell 15 million copies of a video
then why did Ratchet and Clank fucking fail? And why is it on PC? The reason Ratchet and Clank is on PC is because it failed. It didn't sell enough. It broke even, and in order to escape that, Sony had to release them on PC, which kind of caused a domino effect with this entire thing. Now they just released everything on PC. And for people who were going to buy a PS5 originally, they're not doing that because everything's coming to PC. And shockingly, there are still some people with some patience who are saying, yeah, God of War is good, but I can wait 2 years before it comes here.
Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
It is 1 a.m. I do have to be in bed here soon, because I got school in the morning. I wanted to make this its own original episode. That's why I didn't want to have the PS5 to begin with. Is because I wanted to have this discussion in its entire video of its own, but...
Well, I mean, you've made your point very clear. You don't like this console for some reason.
No, I don't like any of these consoles, man. I don't like any of them. Fuck the Xbox, fuck PlayStation, man. Just get a Steam Deck at this point. At least Sony won't try to scam you out of all your money, and they'll actually keep your games locally saved forever and ever.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you right now, you won't have any fucking games to play if these consoles didn't exist.
Oh, we'd have plenty of games, dude. Valve is legendary.
Where's Portal 3? Where's Half-Life 3? They
don't exist.
They don't make games.
They made 2 games and dropped it. They don't need to keep making masterpieces if they've already proven themselves.
Yeah, but that's not how you make money, and that's not how you make games.
They don't care about money. That's one of the cool things about Valve is the way they're operated is so Sony and Microsoft are all owned by shareholders. And shareholders are a very bad way to run a company because you don't do things for the love of your community. You do things to impress the shareholders. That's why these companies make very safe like options. Like they'll say, okay, we'll make this very safe plan that doesn't involve any action, and we'll make this game and it'll just be super safe. And then it fails, and then the shareholders will take out their money. Or it's just very boring, mediocre, and people save their money. But Valve isn't owned like that. It's just owned by a single guy. And that's why they make such reckless decisions that normally a company wouldn't make. So like the Steam Deck. By all accounts, Microsoft, Sony would never make that the way they did. They added Linux to a handheld device that had to update these games with Proton to get them working on the Steam Deck. That is such an unsafe business practice because it's uncertain. Like, you're using an operating system that no one uses, and you're updating these games to run on the Steam Deck. Because when it first launched, like, no games worked on the Steam Deck. But because Valve doesn't have to impress shareholders, they can do that and waste billions and then just go back like nothing happened if it fails. Luckily, this didn't fail and earned them so much clams. So that's why they do these very reckless decisions. That's why I really like Valve, is just they're a properly owned company. They're not owned by a ton of, old white dudes just sitting around a business meeting who have never touched a video game in their life talking about, yes, that Concord. Put $400 million into that.
And yeah, I like Valve. I think they're great. I like Steam. I've used it before. That's the thing, is I'm not against the idea of PC.
Mm-hmm.
I think PC is fine. I think it's a fine way to play games. I don't really give a shit how people play games. If they want to play games on whatever console, if they want to play games on the Virtual Boy, I don't care.
Hell yeah.
It's whatever to me.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem that I do have with this whole conversation is the fact that if those 15 million people weren't there to buy God of War Ragnarok when it came out, and the 2 years after, before it came to PC, we wouldn't have masterpieces like God of War Ragnarok. We wouldn't have Spider-Man 2. We wouldn't have Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. We wouldn't have Bloodborne.
We would have better masterpieces. We'd have God of War Ragnarok running at 4K, 120 FPS, probably
No,
better
dude,
console.
I'm saying God of War Ragnarok would not exist. There's nobody to make these games when consoles don't exist.
There's always going to be demand. There's always going to be supplies if there is demand for it. It's not going to completely dwindle away just because one console decides to stop manufacturing.
Who else is going to make those games, though? That's the thing.
Microsoft
You're saying that if everything comes to
studio,
PC,
fuck Valve.
Valve is not going to make these games, bro. They're not.
Well,
We're not going to get games.
They got money. They don't got shareholders to impress. Game companies won't crumble over a console. No, they won't. Yeah, they move on. If a console fails, well, they just move on to the next game console. If that fails, they put their stuff on everything. But yeah, here, everyone, take a look. We could most likely do a part 2 and just rearrange this stuff, because I know this is because we have such butting head opinions on everything. This probably won't be the last time we have this tier list. But...
There are some changes that I would make, yes.
Yeah. But take a screenshot, see what you guys think. And yeah, that's going to be it for me and the gorilla. Let me get our backdrop back. Hell yeah, look how stunning that is.
I have no idea what this looks like because it's so behind on my end.
Oh.
My
What?
bitrate's too high.
Oh. Still says it's trailing at a good one. I gotta sign out of your account and I gotta get ready for school. So anyway, that's gonna be it for me and him. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you guys did enjoy, and I will see you all in another video or live stream. You want to say any closing words?
Yeah. Come check out my streams. I'm going to be wrapping up the Plucky Squire and The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered over on my Twitch channel. That's twitch.tv/TheGreenGorillaGamer. And we'll be having more conversations like this in the future, I imagine. So
Yes, sir. It does make for entertaining stuff, especially this went on for 4 hours. Damn. I don't think I've ever streamed for 4 hours in like 2 years.
dude, this is like my regular shit at this point.
Oh, good for you. All right, well, I'll see y'all later. Goodbye.
Yep.